Note that we do have a couple different public comment periods, one of which is towards the beginning of our meetings prior to our business and any agenda items that you can speak on an agenda item. And we also have a public comment period at the end of the meeting in which you can speak on any topic that you wish. During either public comment periods, you have up to 3 minutes to provide remarks. You are encouraged to complete a public comment form that's at the back of the room on the table. Please provide fill it out, including your home address. Note that I will not be sharing your home address publicly, nor will I ask you to announce your home address, but it is for our records. You can give that to our clerk at the end of the dais here, that public comment form. We do also have phone-in comments, so if you're unable to join us in person, you can watch on the Facebook live stream or public channel 96, Comcast channel 96, and when we get past the in-person comment, we'll have phone-in comments, and that'll be scrolling at the bottom of the screen, that phone number for you to call in. I do encourage everyone throughout the course of our meeting to refrain from any commentary or outbursts from the audience. Please maintain decorum. If you do have something to say or share, please avail yourselves of the public comment periods. Now, before we get into the meat of our meeting tonight, we are going to start with a moment of silence. Our visiting preacher is unable to join us this evening, so we're going to start with a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. If you wish to join us in either of those activities, I do ask that you stand if you're so able to do so, and remove any hats. I invite you to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Kilgo,
Present.
Commissioner Keener,
Present.
Commissioner German,
Present.
Commissioner Gorman,
Here.
Commissioner Cochin, absent, Vice Mayor St. Clair,
Here.
Mayor Johnson.
Here. Thank you. Well, we got a couple honors and awards at the top of the hour. First up, we have Police Department Accreditation Recertification. So this is something that's done a few years back and needs to be done and reapproved and recertified periodically every 3 years. And so some background on March 1st, 2024, the Muskegon Police Department achieved a significant feat by successfully completing its re-accreditation process through the Michigan Association of Chiefs of Police. This achievement not only reflects their commitment to excellence, but also signifies an unwavering dedication to serving and protecting the citizens of our city. Under the leadership of the Administrative Lieutenant Casey Brigendahl and Administrative Captain Scott Zonnebelt, the Muskegon Police Department passed the process, meeting over 100 standards with 0 applied discretions. Accreditation is not merely a badge of honor, it is a rigorous process that demands adherence to the high standards of professionalism, accountability, and transparency. It involves an extensive evaluation of the policies, procedures, and practices by an independent body of experts. Through this process, the police department has demonstrated commitment to continuous improvement and ensuring the highest levels of service to our community. Out of the 550 law enforcement agencies across Michigan, only 76 have attained accreditation, and 28 have received re-accreditation, making this accomplishment even more noteworthy. It is a testament to the hard work, dedication, and professionalism of every member of our department, from our officers on the front lines to our administrative staff behind the scenes. Each individual has played a vital role in their success and our success as a city. That said, I wish to welcome up Public Safety Director Kozel, as well as esteemed members of our police department.
It's very uneven.
Not just the police, because they're the ones that earned it.
All right, we got it. Horace, come on.
Great work. Another honor and award. This wasn't on our agenda, but I wanted to make sure that we did celebrate this person. And this is the last opportunity of commission meeting to celebrate her before her retirement from our city. A wonderful woman. So grateful for her service to our city and our community. Now, whereas Barbara Schellenberger was hired on October 8th, 1990 as an administrative secretary, part-time, she became full-time on February 3rd, 2002, added the position of acting secretary to the city manager on October 11th, 2004, along with her administrative secretary role. She returned to her original role of administrative secretary on January 3rd, 2005, was promoted into the role of secretary to the city manager on October 13th, 2013, and finally transitioned to an executive assistant to the city manager after reorganization on February 12th, 2017. And whereas Barbara has earned the respect and admiration of coworkers and citizens, she has worked with and has always been ready to give them her support and her time. She is known for performing her job duties with exceptional grace and finesse, exhibiting excellent customer service ability that is second to none. And whereas Barbara served on the Muskegon Area Sisters Board, serving as secretary to the board in 2008 through 2018 when it was disbanded, and working with her peers to plan and implement the annual appreciation event for fellow city employees, and was actively involved in arranging homestays for Muskegon and Omita, Japan, and also involved in the board's fundraising events and activities. And whereas Barbara retires from the city of Muskegon, having faithfully served over 33 years to the city of Muskegon, we thank Barbara for her dedication and commitment to this community and recognize her on this special day. She will truly be missed. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Kenneth D. Johnson, Mayor of this magnificent city of Muskegon, and speaking on behalf of the City Commission and citizens of Muskegon, do hereby congratulate Barb on her retirement, thank her for 33 plus years of service, and wish her the very best in health and happiness. Barb is incredibly humble. She'd rather not us have done this, but I kind of insisted on it. And I shared with her that it was an opportunity for us to celebrate her, and she was so gracious to be here, even though she's incredibly humble and just has faithfully served and dutifully served the city for so many years, and she's been a mainstay of mine and such a support and help during my 10 years, now going into the 11th year on the City Commission. So thank you so very much, Barb. All right, we got public comment on agenda items. Oh, by the way, there is cake in the back celebrating her retirement. I know some of you have gotten some cake, but if you've not gotten cake, help yourself to it. And if you have gotten cake and want some more, I think there's probably some extra cake that you can get. All right, so I've got numerous public comment forms, so I'm going to wade through them. There's still time to complete public comment forms in the back of the room. So that is And these are just on agenda items. Okay. We've got a few forms that will be under general comment at the end of the meeting, and the rest are on various different agenda items. First up, we have Cheryl Wittenberg joining us from the NIMS neighborhood. Cheryl, I see you have two different items on here, one of which you can discuss right now because it's on the agenda. The other item will be later at the end of the meeting if you wish to avail yourself of that public comment period as well.
I think I'll wait till the end.
Wait to the end for both? Okay. Thank you. And then we have... All right, next up we have Jamie Cross joining us from the NIMS neighborhood.
I share, Jamie. I'll share. Yes, ma'am.
Welcome. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Good evening. As always, thank you for the opportunity tonight. I kind of knew what I was going to say until about an hour or so ago. I'm a little bit at a loss for words. I had a bunch of points about the docks proposal, but under the circumstances, I'm not sure how relevant they are. I was going to mention again my concern about the loss of access for mobility challenge fishermen, where the forklift operation is going to go. I was going to mention the permit request the mayor had for in the January commission, and then again at the February planning commission. That still has not been submitted by the developer for elevating the bike path. I was going to talk about the sand that was piled along the seawall. I see that's been taken care of today. Maybe the city can explain that a little bit later. I have so many more things I was going to say, but instead today I'm going to talk and shift, and this is relevant, about AP violations. There are currently a number of violations at Adelaide Point. 2 happened in April. Both discharges to the lake, 1 in September. It was a large discharge. I was on the W.G. Jackson working that day, and I saw the discharge wander out far into the lake. Most recently, last Monday, Adelaide Point was caught dredging soils in an area that they were not supposed to dredge in an area that the developer, Mr. Leedsma, has said over and over and over again in these city meetings, in planning meetings, that is not supposed to be disturbed. Those dredge spoils were put up on the peninsula. In the permit, it's very clear. Any dredge spoils are to be put upland, away from the lake, so they do not recontaminate the lake. That was not the case last Monday. Since then, more violations and questions have been posted to the Eagle site. So it has taken this community a long time to clean up this lake. One mistake, maybe 2, human. This is a lot of mistakes. At this point, I'm going to ask the commission, the city, to pull this from the agenda. This is before the state right now. Let the state look at this proposal and make a determination. For the benefit of the city and the community, do not vote on this tonight. In fact, instead, maybe talk a little bit about some of the problems that are happening right now at Adelaide Point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cross. Appreciate you joining us this evening. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your last name. John Conendike? Welcome, sir, from Lakeside Neighborhood. You have up to 3 minutes. 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Not an easy one. Commissioners, good evening. Thank you. I just came down this evening. I'm from the Glenside neighborhood to offer my support and thanks for having the short-term rental registration temporary pause on the agenda this evening, and to urge you to approve that resolution. As somebody who's used short-term rentals, I never understood their impacts on a neighborhood until I had one open a few houses down from me. And since that occurred, I've called the police more times in the last year than I have in my entire life to have them come down to try to enforce quiet times and all of those types of things that disturb a neighborhood. And so for us, it's been very disruptive to have a business being operated a couple of houses down from us. I think that in talks with some of the management companies that run these short-term rentals in our neighborhood, it's under the realization that us, the neighborhood, we're the ones that are watching these houses. It's not the management companies. We're the ones that are responsible to make sure that the tenants that are there for 1, 2, or 3 days respect our neighborhood and respect the people in our neighborhood, which oftentimes is not occurring. I would consider you to and urge you to look at, besides just pausing these registrations, looking at a way to consider short-term rental in a different light, maybe as a weekly term or a monthly term, allowing some short-term rental in our neighborhoods. When we have renters in this house down from us that are working in the area and they need a place to live while doing so, and they rent this house for 2 weeks, they have been very respectful and good tenants. So I do think that there's a space for people to rent short-term, just not day-to-day like a hotel. If I'm staying in a hotel and there's a party in the room next door, I can go down to the front desk and have that dealt with. When this is occurring 2 houses down from me, the police can do nothing, and the management company can do nothing until the next day to solve that problem for us. So I also am concerned about the density of these in our neighborhoods, primarily because of the affordability of housing. I don't know if that's something that even came up in the study that the city paid for about affordability, but the fact that these homes are being snatched up by companies that are nationwide with cash offers and pushing out first-time home buyers in neighborhoods that have been affordable is a concern of mine. Secondly, if we have an economic downturn and vacation rentals suffer, what will happen to these distressed properties when they have no longer produced cash flow positive businesses for their owners? Thank you again for considering that resolution today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you joining us this evening. Next up, we have John R. Allen joining us from the Nelson neighborhood.
I have one short. I ran into some printer issues, but this is the letter from the Michigan Department of Natural Resources pertaining to item P on the agenda tonight. You may have already had that. I'm sorry, I am.
It's okay.
Share.
Thank you.
As well, and I would have had the Army Corps of Engineers letter as well, but we'll blame my printer again. All right. Good evening. I'm here to speak on agenda item P. The Muskegon Lake sport fishery is worth at least $2.6 million annually and is therefore vital to the local economy of the Muskegon area. Due to these considerations, the Muskegon Lake ecosystem and fishery should receive the utmost protection. The proposed project on item P calls for the occupation of nearly a half acre of public Muskegon Lake surface area for a private boat launching business. It also includes eliminating public access to at least 150 feet of currently public shoreline and would no longer allow vehicles to park there. The proposed project would essentially render the area unusable to the public for fishing and lake viewing. This area is currently very popular for shore fishing and viewing the lake. We believe it is irresponsible for the city of Muskegon to essentially hand over public land to a private entity and thereby eliminate public access to this part of Muskegon Lake. Due to these factors, we, myself, and the Michigan Department of Natural Resources request this application be denied. Instead, the applicant should seek an alternative that does not eliminate the public from accessing, shore fishing, or viewing the aesthetic value of Muskegon Lake. The applicant owns a sizable portion of land directly adjacent to the public property in question, and we suggest that the applicant utilize that property for the project instead. That is from the letter, so I will read my thoughts. Muskegon Lake, with all her beauty and bountiful natural resources, has always answered the call of freedom. She is our most valuable natural resource, only equal to the people that call this place their home. When freedom and liberty were being challenged and fought for in the most horrendous wars the world has ever seen, Muskegon Lake and her residents answered the call. Without hesitation, our lake and our people laid the ultimate sacrifice upon the altar of freedom so that their children and all future generations could enjoy the beauty and freedoms of our home here. Our lake asked her loved ones, her natural flora and fauna that call her home, to sacrifice their lives and habitats so we could produce and ship the instruments of freedom to those front lines. She understood her beauty would be forever altered, her habitats forever changed, and she still answered the call so that we may live free. So I ask you tonight, will your vote represent that our lake frontage and access is the right of a select few? Or will your vote represent access for all your constituents? Do you have the courage to do what is right and stop this continued loss of public lands and access? Or will your vote grant exclusivity to these lands for private profits? I hope and I pray you will all deeply consider the vote you're about to cast and how it will forever shape the shoreline and public access to Muskegon Lake. Will your legacy seated at this altar of freedom and responsibility be remembered by the courage you had to do what is right? Or will your legacy be remembered by the removal of public access and equity to one of our longest chartered parks? I hope you vote no on item P, or at minimum table it so we may continue this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Appreciate you joining us this evening. And the next Mr. Allen, John C. Allen. Welcome, sir. Joining us from the Nelson neighborhood. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Hopefully I won't take that long, but again, reiterating the same issues, relative to the loss of our public access and the continued loss. I mean, again, none of us have been really opposed to Adelaide Point on Adelaide Point property, but my dad always had this sign on his desk that said the 6 P's of success, which are proper planning, prevent piss poor performance. And frankly, every time he changes his mind on this particular project, he encroaches more and more on city property. I believe that is just absolutely improper planning, and we have to pay the price. Each time he makes a change, it's more of our land and access denied. One of the issues that I did bring up at the watershed management was the parking area relative to this boat launch. Now, I was assured that Adelaide Point customers will park on Adelaide Point property and retrieve their boats from that area. That is public parking, and common sense will tell you that no, it is not going to be utilized that way. Adelaide Point customers will not park on Adelaide Point property unless there's nothing else available, and it will in fact become Adelaide Point private parking, and none of that is addressed in any of the permits or concerns. Again, it's just another example of how we are going to lose more and more of our public access. And I think, as my son reiterated, we should at least take time, reconsider this, or at least think about it a little bit more in more detail, rather than rushing into a decision, before we give away our public access. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Grateful to have you with us. Next up, we have Aaron Bodbill-Mast joining us from the Beechwood Bluffton neighborhood. Welcome, sir. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Yes, Aaron Bodbill-Mast. I'm a resident of Beechwood Bluffton, a member of the City Parks Board and the County Parks Commission. I'm here to speak as a City Parks Board member and advocate for the Muskegon Greenways Partnership. As a resident, I love this city. It has so many great things to offer. But I also want to make it even greater, and I think this is a critical element to accomplishing that. And for 2 primary reasons. Great cities have great park systems, and they have freedom of mobility. And while we have some great trails and many great parks, I think we can tie them better together, and we can make sure that there's equitable access across all neighborhoods, and that people can get to from where they want to go at their home, from their doorstep to where they want to schools, to work, to recreate. And this plan will help us accomplish that, taking it from a 20,000 foot level, making sure we have a completed network. I think the motion sheet and the attached presentation speak for itself as far as that. I'll just give a couple anecdotes for me, what that means to be a great city. My son lives in Logan Square in Chicago. They have the 606 Bloomingdale Trail, an amazing trail. Last May we were there. It has e-mobility, people on scooters, e-bikes, going all up and down, joggers, walkers, people in strollers, people of all kinds of different people, very diverse, very heavily used. And they're using it for fun, or they're using it to get places. And we can do that. We have the things like that where they take underutilized or overbuilt infrastructure and transform it into parks and trails, just like Detroit's done in the Joe Lewis Greenway plan with the DeQuinder Cut. Same thing. We took in a cold spring day, we took the DeQuinder Cut from the riverfront by the MDNR Outdoor Education Center. My wife and I walked it to the Easton Market, checked that out, and then had pizza. Then final one I mentioned is being able to take the city bike in New York City and ride it down Broadway, rent it, ride it down Broadway, and experience Broadway from a bike. So not something I think people think of with Broadway, but all those elements are things that things that bring you to cities, make you want to live there. And I think we have many of those elements, but we can bring them together. And this would also be an incredible kickstart to our new Parks Department. And also complement plans that the Chamber is doing, and also master plans that are underway, such as Richards Parks and the Hartshorn that we're proposing. Be big for that. And look at it, not only there's specific corridors that the scope will look at in Muskegon, so it'll be, while it's a regional plan, it will have a big plus for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Always grateful to have you here. Next up, we have Tom Lindrup, also joining us from the Beechwood Bluffton neighborhood. Welcome, sir. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
As a member of the Muskegon County Bicycle Coalition, we want to let you know we strongly support this Greenway proposal. It will cover northern Ottawa County and all of Muskegon County. And you heard much of the words Aaron was giving to you. We're a fast-growing county, and people who are coming into our county expect services like this, safe mobility. So we want to just let you know we strongly support staff's recommendation, support the study, and I think we'll find some very, very interesting facts to come out of this. So MCBC gives strong support towards this. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Dustin French joining us from City of Montague. Welcome, sir.
I'm gonna read for him.
Okay.
My name's Josh on there.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah,
these are together.
It's
Okay.
a little
Excellent.
hard for him to
No worries.
sit up and talk.
Yeah.
We're-
Well, thank you. Welcome. You have up to 3 minutes.
Okay, we're just hitting some of the points that some other people have already addressed. We believe it is irresponsible for the city of Muskegon to essentially hand over public land to a private entity and thereby eliminate public access to this part of Muskegon Lake. Muskegon Lake access opportunities for members of the public who do not own a boat and are already very, very rare. This project will make it even more difficult for that segment of the population to access shore fish and enjoy Muskegon Lake. Due to these factors, we request the agenda item P be denied. Instead, the applicant should seek an alternative that does not eliminate the public access public from accessing it, shore fishing, or viewing the value of Muskegon Lake. The applicant owns a sizable portion of the land directly adjacent to the public property in question. We suggest that the applicant utilize the property for that project instead. And I'd also like to bring in, there's a lot of spots, or not a lot of spots that are handicapped accessible for people to fish. That's one thing me and him try and enjoy to do together. Anybody, you guys taking this just another spot that it's harder for him to fish, harder for him to find. It's getting less and less here in Muskegon. That's all I have to say on it.
Well, thank you. Appreciate you both for joining us. Next up, we have John Maney joining us from Laketon Township. Welcome, sir. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Yeah, I didn't know about this whole thing until yesterday. So I was not able to comment on the Eagle webpage. So, but I downloaded a lot of documents and started studying them. And I'm in agreement with what I've been hearing here. I don't want to see another boat launch taken away from the public. I'm a kayaker. I'm retired and on limited income. I have difficulty paying the boat launching fee for a kayak. But in looking at this picture here, which shows the overall, I noticed a couple of things besides the fact that it's public property. I looked at it online, discovered that this boat launch has been closed permanently. Okay, that's one part. The second part is this drawing does not show any plans for the flooding that happened within the last 10 years. That whole area was underwater, and I don't see any remediation of that. This demonstrates to me that maybe we need to do a lot more planning. I'm remembering a kayak launch point behind the present YMCA that's about to open. Beautiful place for handicap access for kayaking, except you couldn't get at it from land. It was behind a locked gate. Okay. So I think we need to look at this more carefully. Giving away public land, private entities. And I think we just saw that in the court case. So anyway, that's really all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So I've got one more form on an agenda item before I go to the phone. So if you wish to give public comment on an agenda item, now is the time to do so. Please complete a public comment form. Otherwise, once I'm done with this form, I'll be going to the phones. So anyone at home, get ready. And that phone number is 231-724-6721. Do not call right this moment, but be ready. Next up, we have Ted Fricano joining us from Spring Lake Township by way of the NIMS neighborhood. Welcome, sir.
You know, I submitted a letter, and it's because I was told about gas tanks and various other issues. You know, I would love, I've said this before, I would love 20 acres of rose gardens and various other things. I've invested millions and millions of dollars, and I hope my wife's not watching right now, in many millions of dollars in 1050 West Western, which is Fricano Place. I'd love it to be, I'd love if Ryan bought Vaughn McCary's property and created rose gardens, and he's not doing that. But I walked Vaughn McCary's property. There were ponds over there that was glowing ponds of water. It was a cesspool of a dump. That's what it was. Now it is a prosperous opportunity that he's dropping hundreds of millions of dollars in. It is something that is going to be a remarkable opportunity. Is it what everybody wants? Is it exactly what I want? No. But it is something that is going to be a game changer for Muskegon. I am as concerned about things directly to my west as anyone is. But every single thing that he has said that he is going to do, he has done. The boat launch has been made into something far more structurally sound than it has ever been. And it is going to be accessible to the public better today than it has been. I have looked out that window and I have seen it inaccessible because of the water. It is going to be made into something that the public is going to be able to be used. I actually saw people from Adelaide Point sweeping with a broom the public access points. I've never seen that before. Is it perfect? No. But it is made into public access. Was I 100% thrilled with anything other than Rose Gardens? No. But it is something that is a game changer for Muskegon. It is made into public access. I've seen it. It is going to be a game changer for Muskegon, and I do approve. Ted Furcano, the closest neighbor, approves. There's no more crack addicts there.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Kathy Jackson joining us from the city of North Muskegon. Welcome. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Greetings all. I am here because I am a native of Muskegon, Michigan, and have been a part of the nature of it and love it, okay? When it comes to the Lake Michigan, I did stay in Georgia for a while. And one thing I did miss about Lake Michigan is Georgia has the red clay, correct? And they also have man-made lakes, not God-made lakes. And therefore, you had to pay to go to these lakes. When we do have Muskegon Lake, Pure Marquette, and other areas of Lake Michigan, we are the 5 Great Lakes, which is Holmes, Huron, or Lake Michigan, or what is it? No, exactly. Homes, we got those lakes, those 5 lakes. And to have access to these is been since I was a baby girl all the way up. To not have access and freedom to these lakes in any kind of capacity can be detrimental to the future of our children and our grandchildren and so forth. So let's remember that we can't buy the water or the land or the sky. It is to be used and appreciated for what it is. And that's all I wanted to say. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Mark Paletti joining us from the Beechwood Bluffton neighborhood. Welcome, sir. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Hi there. Thanks for letting me comment. I want to talk about 2 things. One, I love the idea of the bike trail going through Broadway. It's a terrible road, and it'll connect up to Grand Rapids. I bike ride a lot. We have a trail, Muskegon. It's a great trail. We're the 4th best biking city in the state of Michigan. I think it's something we can build upon. It's a beautiful idea to connect. Broadway has got a lot of problems, and to have a 2-way bike path to go from there to Lake Michigan would be a wonderful thing to do. And our bike group has the ability for kids to rent bikes, or anyone to rent bikes all summer. So to encourage fitness, has a lot of side benefits. And the other thing I want to say is when you put a bike trail in, you have a place that you can be sure that you're going to be safe to ride on. Right now, when you ride on a city, it's very scary. One, the potholes, two, the drivers and people in a hurry. And you can also be sure that your kids will be safe. So it's a wonderful thing to do as a family. So I'm in total support of that. The other thing is, I'm against public land being given away, and some people like the idea of this development. I don't. And I think that putting public land adjacent to a private business, and then obviously having the private business run the public property, I think it's kind of absolutely crazy. Absolutely unheard of. So I hope that we can put that on hold until we find out more results. But it should never be a situation that we have somebody competing with our public dock, something that's been given away for the people, to a city, our launch that is the most proximal to people that might need access, people that go down there to fish to eat, places that a person can just wheel up in a chair and fish right off of the dock. And to eliminate that, I think it's short-sighted, and we should never ever give public land away. And even however you justify it, however you cloak it, in effect, we're losing a lot of valuable property and something that people deserve, that have stuck it out here and lived in Muskegon. People that might not have all the money in the world, but it's a place that people can go like that. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm on my final public comment form on an agenda item. So if you still want to speak on an agenda item, there's time to submit that form before we go to the phones. Next up is Eileen Hoogterp, joining us from the city of Northern Shores. Welcome. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you. I personally believe it is irresponsible for the city of Muskegon to essentially hand over public land to a private entity and thereby eliminate public access to this part of Muskegon Lake. Muskegon Lake access opportunities for members of the public who do not own a boat are already very rare. This proposed project would make it even more difficult for that segment of the population to access shorefish, viewing, and enjoy Muskegon Lake. My husband happens to be one of those persons who cannot make it easily onto a boat, even if we had one, but he can walk from the car and get right up to the lakefront at this particular point, or at least he was able to until recently, and I'm talking about the last few years of Adelaide Point development. Due to these factors, we request the application of HQ0DZGT7AS2A be denied. Instead, the applicant should seek an alternative that does not eliminate the public from accessing shore fishing, viewing, watching birds, or just being able to ride a bike in a consecutive bike trail format. That has been disrupted. It has not been swept. I picked up nails myself last July 4th because we wanted to go down there. There is debris and litter all over. We suggest that the applicant utilize that property, his own property, not public land, for his project instead. Please vote no, or at a bare minimum, table this agenda item, have more discussion, let more people know about this. Forms of communication between government entities is not being utilized. There is not communication between the DNR, between Eagle, between the conservation entities, and all of these things are getting wrapped up in red tape. Reporting is not significant to the people. As I mentioned, members of our family use this area regularly, and it's being taken away. We have lived here our entire life. We grew up above Adelaide Point, and I have watched this whole area transition from the way it was when S.D. Warren was polluting our lake to the efforts of people who have cleaned it up, people that were in our generations, and now it's going back and being taken away and being polluted. Thank you.
Thank you. Got one more public comment form. Still time to submit yours. Next up, we have Jesus Pena joining us from the Beechwood Bluffton neighborhood. Welcome, sir. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Very well, thank you. My name is Jesus Pena, and we live at 1851 Walnut Street. And I just want to comment on the short-term rentals issue, and just wanted to comment that I'm in favor of the pause, and that to get everyone talking about it more. And 3 issues I believe that we should discuss is the welcoming or nuisance of them, and actually only 2, and the economics of the short-term rentals versus someone living there. I just want to share that we've always welcomed anyone, of course, and we try to be welcoming in the neighborhood as everyone else is, and our family uses VRBOs and Airbnbs or wherever we travel, and hotels and camping and all that. I wasn't here earlier to hear any other comments, but I want to share that nuisances come in all forms, whether you're regular neighbor or camping, hotels. There's a lot of different things, and those can be handled professionally. And I think we have a very good police force that can always assist with any of the things that come up. So I don't really consider those big problem, but they can be handled. Just a quick couple examples. I had a VRBO used to be right next door to us, but not anymore. But they were out, in the backyard after midnight, and then we happened to be in the backyard too with our grandkids and camping, or just out sleeping outside. And of course, we hear the F-bomb coming on, and so I had to get out and confront them. And it was peaceful, and we all they went inside, and we went back inside the house. And other little things, in the neighborhood. One of the welcoming examples was across the street. A VRBO family came in, and my son and I were out playing catch with a football, and a little kid come around the corner of the house, and we started playing catch with, or we invited him to play catch with us, and just the welcoming. And I think our neighborhood picnics are very welcoming to any of the new neighbors that come in. To keep an eye on that, we just all get along, in my opinion. The economics, and it's hard to understand, and it's I would like to see the little pause on it, and the limit, possibly, because I live on a street with there's 12 homes on our street, and at one time there was possibly 3 VRBOs. And we'd rather see a family come in there and go to our schools and enjoy the stuff that we have here in the city. And then VRBOs, they have their own economics of that, because where they spend their funds. So maybe I'll have time to comment more. But thank you for your time.
We appreciate you joining us.
Alrighty.
Thank you for your perspective. We're not quite yet to phones. That was the phone ringing just a moment ago. So sorry for the interruption, sir. The phone was ringing, but so do not call yet. But that number is 231-724-6721. Hold off on dialing. We do have one more public comment form, and that's Aubrey Glick joining us from Twin Lake. Welcome. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
So I've had a very first role, sight at all of this, and as being a sales and marketing person at Adelaide Point, I'm actually seeing such a benefit that people of the community, we're wanting it to be beneficial for fishermen, for people on the bike path, for people in the wet marina, and dry marina is something that is a huge need for the Muskegon area. So I know from many people, myself included, growing up, we never really had much access or knew much access about the Muskegon Lake waterfront. And so I think that having this in and out service, it's only benefiting. I've had several people join today. I just met with an older couple. They're too old and feeble to get out and put their boat in, the water for that. And so this is going to open opportunities for people where family can come out, enjoy it, and seeing this, we're in a cooperative use agreement. We both are cooperating. So we're working together on this. It's going to only benefit people. It's going to bring commerce to West Michigan, people that typically are afraid to dock boats or, fuel their own, boats for that. We're working on creating that, and commerce is a big thing, and tourism is a huge thing for us as well. So I just would like people to know that basically it's going to benefit all, and we're thinking about all parties of this. Ryan and Emily are very much in the thoughtful process of this. So I just wanted to say that this is only going to benefit. The amount of people that have signed up for In and Out is immense, and it's going to be a very smooth operation. We are working on the logistics of it all, and it's going to be something that is a quality service and anybody can use, and it's going to bring more people to the waterfront and be able to utilize one of the biggest resources in West Michigan, which is Muskegon Lake. So that is all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you joining us this evening. All right. Any other public comment forums you got down there?
No, Mayor.
Nope. All right. We are going to the last call for the audience. Anyone who has not spoken yet wishes to give public comment on this item? Well, you'll have your time when we get to the item, sir.
I say Aubrey does a great job. I didn't sanction that.
Okay.
But she does a great job.
The phone number is 231-724-6721 if you're wishing to phone in your comments. We'll give that a few moments because there's a lag between
We have a few.
231-724-6721. All right. If you could, are they online?
I'm answering right now, yes. This is Eric De La Rosa, it says on the caller ID. He's on.
All right. Mr. De La Rosa? Can you hear me?
Hi.
Oh.
Yes, I can. This is Sarah De La Rosa,
Oh, hi,
Oakview
Sarah.
neighborhood.
Member of our Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. Welcome, calling in from the Oakview neighborhood. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Yes. Okay, thank you. I'm calling in regards to the proposed pause on short-term rentals, and even though I don't have many, or if any, in my neighborhood, as somebody who works in the people helping industry in Muskegon County, our housing market is deeply impacted by the fact that there's not affordable housing for folks to purchase or rent. So I just really want to bring that up in regards to pausing, taking a look at how we can make sure there are places for people in our community to live, and making sure that we have neighborhoods for those that are in our community that are working and are having to double up and triple up in houses because there isn't anything affordable that they can live in. So I just wanted to bring that up in regards to that short-term rental pause and making sure we're being intentional about allowing people to live where we live. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you calling in and sharing your perspective. Next on the phone.
Wait for them to call back.
Oh. All right, you can phone in your public comment, 231-724-6721. And this is for agenda items. No.
Darlene.
This is for agenda items. It's still Darlene?
They're gonna have to turn.
Hi, Darlene. Can you turn off the audio in the background or your video? Hi, Darlene. Can you turn off the audio in the background?
Hello?
Hi, Darlene.
Yes.
thank you for calling in from the city of Northern Shores. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you very much. I am objecting to the additional docks at Hartshorn Park Marina on the following grounds. Hartshorn Park and Marina are public property for public use. The additional docks infringe on the public use of Muskegon Lake. This is in direct contradiction to the original intent of the properties, which is public use and enjoyment of nature without overdevelopment. The biographers of Stuart Hartshorn said it was the boyhood dream of a young visionary industrialist, Stuart Hartshorn, to create an ideal community free of congestion and overdevelopment that would allow its residents to enjoy the beauty of nature. This was his intent, and he also gave in 1929 property to his daughter for a arboretum and a bird sanctuary, which is still in existence now. What we have seen that has been done to Hartshorn Park is pretty deplorable. We still have public restrooms that are unusable despite legal obligations to fix them. We have a public bike path on a 90-degree turn and considerable unimpeded cross traffic from marina users, the restaurant, the residents by the hundreds. This is not an improvement. We have a clear-cut Hartshorn Peninsula planned for an asphalt road with parking spaces in a floodplain and wetland. Over $700,000 worth of native plantings plus wildlife habitat were destroyed. We have trees cut down along Hartshorn seawall and lawn covered by sand and stones. We have less parking spaces at Hartshorn Park for vehicles and boat trailers. We have no certainty of adequate public parking on AP property. How will anyone, including the disabled, get to the shoreline, and how far will it be to get there? We have a boat launch in need of repair that hasn't been fixed. We have a turnaround by the restroom blocked off. We have a public Hartshorn Park with no sign and no legal boundaries staked out so the public can readily use it. It is not in the city park's master plan. Stuart Hartshorn gave two pieces of property, one the park, one the marina. I don't know why the park isn't designated by a sign or even mentioned in the Muskegon master plan. That doesn't make any sense to me. Who will establish the public areas' hours of use? Adelaide Point or the city? Will they be overly restrictive and close at sundown? These are all unacceptable to the public. And now to build essentially private docks on Muskegon Lake, which obstruct.
Thank you, Darlene. Appreciate you calling in. We have someone else on the line?
There were a few people trying to call. So.
Okay. So if you're trying to call, you can call. Oh, there we go.
That's Chuck Hamlin.
I don't know that person. Hello, could you introduce yourself, and if you are a city resident, which neighborhood you're calling from?
I am not a Muskegon resident.
I'm sorry?
I'm actually calling from Ohio.
From Ohio. Okay. Well, if you could introduce yourself, and you have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Great, thank you.
Are you still on the line, sir?
Yes, I am.
All right. You can proceed with your comments. And
Okay.
please
I just
announce your name.
wanted to let folks know I'm actually calling from Ohio, but I don't want you to hold that against me. I don't even like football, but I am so appreciative to be able to phone in and give my opinion. But I'd like to thank the city and the leaders that have actually turned Muskegon into the destination location it is. My family and I have vacationed in West Michigan for decades. And matter of fact, my daughter got married 3 years ago at the Michelin Lodge, just north of the city a little bit. I feel such a connection to this community that when I retired 6 months ago, we started looking at property in Muskegon and said, hey, this is where we want to end up. not full-time, we're going to live here about, in Muskegon about half the year, and also have a short-term rental to help pay for some of the cost of the rental. My family stayed in dozens of rentals, short-term rentals over the years, and I hope you have too, I am hoping, and you've seen what type of money has been put into the rentals and what they've done to turn some of these properties around. And you as elected officials are kind of dealing with this, quote, problem, but it's what a great problem you have that you want to have people come to this beautiful city and buy, repair, maintain, pay property tax, and also income tax generated in the city. It's kind of a really good problem to have, really. And a couple of things I wanted to mention is you research on the website AirDNA, you'll find out that the rental market in Muskegon is only 50% on a yearly basis, and that revenue is actually down 10% from last year. And I mentioned that I was actually looking for properties with a realtor just last week, and the realtor told me you might want to kind of pause a little bit because of some of this possible legislation going on. But she also said, hey, you can invest outside of Muskegon, of course, but no, we kind of like Muskegon. But during the planning session on Monday, I heard some of the problems we watched over the internet with short-term rentals. But I was wondering if the police chief or someone could talk about, the calls for service, what type of problems you're actually having with those. I'm going to wrap up and say I believe that short-term rentals do need regulation. Owners need to be accountable, and that millions of dollars of private and public have been invested in Muskegon, turning it from an industrial site into a beautiful destination. Our family knows that for sure. Short-term rentals serve a purpose for families that hotels cannot. I believe that this transformation of short-term rentals can help Muskegon be one of the best destination spots in all of Michigan. So please don't stop STRs. Let's just regulate it and do it the right way. Thanks.
Thank you for calling in, sir.
I would wait. There's more trying to get through.
There we go.
This is RKP Management.
Okay, that's Ratan, I think.
That's Ratan.
Hi, is it Ratan?
Yes.
Hi, Ratan. Thanks for calling in. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks, and thank you for calling from the McLaughlin neighborhood.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for the time to speak. My name is Ratan Khatri, and we reside on Peck Street, just a couple of blocks from City Hall there. And I own a few rentals, and one of them is a short-term Airbnb. It's over on Lakeshore Drive, on the east end of Muskegon Lake. And the house is a 140-year-old house that we have rehabbed substantially, and it was kind of falling apart. And the investment that we put into it, the best use for it for me was as a short-term Airbnb. And the people that we've had stay there have been courteous and gracious, just like the gentleman from Ohio talked about. And we feel that we've actually brought more people to Muskegon who decide that they want to actually live in Muskegon after they come and visit it. And being able to bring their whole family and the dog is better than staying in 2 or 3 hotel rooms. And in the summertime, there just is not enough hotel rooms available for people, and the prices are, really high for a hotel room. It's like $300 a night on the weekends, and you can't cook there, you can't have your dog there, and you can only have 2 or 3 people in the room. Whereas if you have a house, you can bring your entire family, and we've had extended families come and stay. And all the festivals and everything else that Muskegon has to offer, these folks are coming, and they don't want to stay in a hotel room. So we provide a service, and, we also have a substantial number of long-term rentals, and I think the mix is pretty balanced between the the need for short-term and the need for long-term. If the demand wasn't there for the short-term, people wouldn't be coming here. But I think that having the Airbnb allows us to have a wide variety of people come to Muskegon County and Muskegon in general. And I think that they wouldn't be coming as frequently if we didn't have those facilities for them, because hotels just aren't always everybody's cup of tea. So I wanted to thank the council for allowing me to speak, and those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Raton. Appreciate you calling in. Hello, you've called into the City Commission for our general session. If you could turn off any audio or video in the background, and then introduce yourself by name, and if you're a city resident, which neighborhood you're calling from.
Am I live right now? Is that
Yes,
what's going
you
on
are
here?
live. Could you...
Hey, Mayor Ken, this is Dave Rockham at 1604 Peck Street.
Oh, welcome. Thank you for
And I
calling
guess
in
I'd-
from the McLaughlin neighborhood.
Yeah, I'd like to just comment on the short-term rentals and the proposed docks at Hartshorn. Just on the matter of short-term rentals, you know, a big problem is emerging nationwide where housing stock that's affordable to local residents is being bought up by folks from out of town who have deeper pockets, and as a result, a house that you or I might go buy quickly gets outbid on by someone who is looking to use this for, a rental property. And I think it's great if local residents who are paying taxes here, who live and work here, maybe have a second residence that they're utilizing for this sort of a purpose. But I think it's a real risk that we, in a bad place to, a road to go down if we're going to just sort of allow anybody to take advantage of all the benefits that we're seeing to the improved Muskegon. So I think that that's something that we should probably allow short-term rentals, but I think we want to know who the folks are and have a relationship with those people that are doing that, so that we don't run down the same road that some of the bigger cities are seeing now with so much of their properties that residents would otherwise buy being owned by, people in China or who knows where. So that would be my opinion on that. On the Hartshorn with the docks, I think that I'd be curious if the plan as it exists could be shrunk slightly. I don't know if 3 docks are necessary plus a L dock, but I do know that historically docks have been there, and they've been there's been an in and out service there in the past, so it doesn't it's not totally new to have something like that there. As I said in another forum, I think it'd be good if at least some spots there are reserved for emergency use, because if the boat launch is occupied, if both sides are occupied, and someone needs to get to shore immediately for any reason, there's nowhere they can kind of tie up in an emergency, and it would be nice to have a spot that first responders or someone in an emergency could access and have that be included in the plan. But more generally, I just think it's not a problem. It's been there before. I know some folks are upset about trash flying around and things like that, but it's a construction site. It's going to be like that for a little while, and then that's going to go away. I was talking to Kyle at Parks today, and there's a lot of plans for the city implementing there
That's
in
your
the
time,
spring.
sir.
Okay.
Sorry, David. Thank you for calling in. Appreciate your input.
Yep, bye.
Hello, Ed. Thank you for calling in from the Beechwood Bluffton neighborhood. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks. Are you there, Mr. Bodman?
He's there.
He's online.
Yeah,
Ed?
he's online.
I'm gonna check to see if you might have muted yourself.
Otherwise, we have a Larry Foster calling. You want to take that next?
Ed, can you hear us? We can't hear you, so we're going to take the next call. If you wish to try calling again, hopefully we can resolve whatever the technical hiccups are that's preventing us from hearing you.
This is most likely Diane Foster.
Okay. Hello?
Just hung up.
Oh.
Have to call back. I believe this is Diane Foster.
Hello? You're online live with the City Commission.
Hello.
Hi, Diane. Welcome. Thank you for calling in from Jackson Hill.
Hi. I was calling in regards to Barb for one, but I see she's left, so I wanted to congratulate her for retirement. That was the first thing. And the second thing I wanted to say is about the dredging. This has been an ongoing issue. So I guess I'm not in the meeting. Hello?
Which you are live in our meeting right now. Which item are you calling about? Which agenda item?
Okay, first I wanted to tell Barb that congratulations.
Oh, you might want to turn down your audio in the background. It's causing some.
I did, honey. I did. It is down. Oh, no, it isn't. I turned it down and up again. I apologize. There we go. Okay, so I was calling about the dredging. I know that if we don't stop polluting the lake, we're going to keep dredging it, so heck won't have you. I mean, that's a fact. So stopping polluting it might be the first thing on our agenda to keep from having to continuously dredge this lake. I've watched them dredge it, pollute it, dredge it, pollute it. I mean, it's just an ongoing situation. So until we stop polluting it, we're going to keep dredging it, and they're going to keep messing it up. So that's a given. The second thing I want to talk about is the short-term rentals. That is a real problem in our city right now, and I say that because you're right. A lot of people came in and sucked up a lot of our property, and now it's for vacationers. I'd like to Muskegon to think about the fact that we have people that actually live here and actually put in the time and the effort to being here day in, day out, and I wish that they would be more considerate of our thoughts and feelings when they make decisions when it comes to these kinds of things. And the third thing that I want to say is I have watched things happen so fast, and it just amazes me that I have been to so many meetings. I finally got tired of coming because nobody listened. And now you're all in there, and everybody's upset about a lot of things, or they are discontent. And it's sad because these things were stuff that was discussed years ago. So I'm sad that just now people are realizing what has happened here, and all of the, I mean, some of it has been good, and some of it is not so good. And part of it's because we're sometimes not thinking about the people that actually live here and what we need and what we want. And I know that because I've been at all these meetings, and I've already been disgusted, and I'm over it.
Thank you, Diane. That is your time. We appreciate you calling in with your comments.
Lynn Shaft.
Hello? You're live with the City
Hi,
Commission.
Hello, is this the number I called to request to vote no on item P?
All right. Could you introduce yourself, and if you are a city resident, which neighborhood you're calling from? And then you have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Lindell Wydeck, and I am a resident of Spring Lake, but I use Hearth Shore Public Park frequently.
Then you may proceed with your remarks.
Disconnected.
Oh, okay.
That was her comment.
Well, maybe that was just the gist of it. Oppose item P. Okay. Received. Do we have anyone else?
There's somebody else has been trying to call.
Okay. We'll give it another few moments for phone in. Phone in option was something that we added last year because we do indeed listen and want to hear from our community. And even people from outside of our community. Great ideas don't know necessarily residency.
This is Mr. Ed Bowman.
Hi, Mr. Bodman.
Thanks. I'm good here.
Hi, welcome. Thank you for calling in from the Beechwood Bluffton neighborhood. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Hi. Is this This is Ed Bodman. Am I on?
Yes, you are live.
Thank you. Yeah, Ed Bodman from Beechwood Bluffton, short-term rental owner, and there's a group of us owners here that recently sent you a letter with kind of our position on the moratorium. I guess first point is investments were made here based on existing laws, so please don't impact us adversely with legislation. We are part of the community. The new handbook looks pretty good. That was drafted here recently, and I just read it today. Certainly, I think that's going to be a good thing for our community, and I would like to add that short-term rental owners would like to be part of the input to make that even better. We are constituents here. We're taxpayers, tourism ambassadors. We want to be included in the discussion. And then yesterday, the manager said, the quality of life is intangible, and that's true, but it also belongs to all of us here. So we are part of this community. And I wanted to comment briefly on the moratorium. It's interesting timing here. Buying a home here now or in the summer is probably the least likely time an investor is going to come in, because they would have to wait a whole year before that investment could be realized in terms of income. So I'm against it in general, but I don't think you're going to have a whole lot of impact if you were to vote no on it, because it's just not a good time to purchase a property unless it's a full rehab. And then lastly, I wanted to comment on the reference to Summit County being used as a basis for the moratorium concept. After that happened, they still have a challenge there, because now 45% of the Summit County homes, second homes, are empty. And so they still have the same problem with housing there, with folks that can't afford to live in that area and housing costs. So if you push short-term rentals down the road, we might have more people coming in here, and then we'll still have vacant houses, which really has an adverse impact on businesses in our community. So I guess put that to thought as well in your decision making. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bodman. Appreciate you calling in.
This is Nancy Colella.
Hello. You are live
Hello.
with the City Commission for the City of Muskegon.
Hello, how are you?
Doing well. Could you introduce yourself, and if you're a city resident, which neighborhood you're calling from?
Hi, I am Hunter Colella. I am from Lakeside neighborhood, and I'm just calling to request the denial of item P in the name of the loss of access to public lands and resources.
Thank you, sir. Do you have anything additional you wish to share? You have up to 3 minutes for your remarks.
Pardon me. Yep. Nope. That's all I have to share.
All right.
I'm just a strong advocate of conservation and for public lands and the resources, especially in that area. And that's really it. Simple as that.
Excellent. Well, thank you for calling in.
Yep. Thank you.
We might be good.
All right. I'm going to call it a wrap. 10 more seconds. All right. Calling a wrap on public comment on agenda items. Commissioners, you've had an opportunity to review the consent agenda. Are there any items that you wish to have removed for separate consideration, deliberation, and vote? Commissioner German.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Item K, item P, and
K, what was that after K?
K, and
K.
P as in Paul.
P as in Peter. Okay.
Yep. And item L. I'll leave some for commissioners if they want to.
Okay. Any other items, commissioners? Commissioner Kilgo.
Item C is in cat, please.
Commissioner Cochin.
Item B is in boy, and item G is in goat.
Yeah. Okay. Any other items, commissioners? Nope. All right. And I would entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda as presented, minus items B, C, G, K, L, and P.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Gorman, supported by Vice Mayor St. Clair. Before we go to roll call, I just want to remark, because this item did not get pulled from the agenda, but I did speak with our Development Services Director. That's with regard to, where is it? Contract for tree removal services. And I spoke to him about any trees being removed on these sites so that it can accommodate housing builds. And they were cognizant of that and only removing trees that are necessary for building, but we're leaving the other trees on the site. However, any trees being removed shall be replaced. And so I just wanted to emphasize that. All right. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor St. Clair.
Yes.
Mayor Johnson.
Yes.
Commissioner Kilgo.
Yes.
Commissioner Keener.
Yes.
Commissioner German.
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman.
Yes.
Commissioner Cochin.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item B, contingent assignment agreement, Choice One Bank, Adelaide Point. Commissioner Cochin.
Thank you. I just wanted to, sorry, my brain's jello today. I was at the ER earlier, so it's a little off today. So the Choice One Bank, nope, staff recommendation, I'm so sorry. I move to approve the contingent assignment agreement between Choice One Bank and Adelaide Point and authorize the city manager to sign. Thank you, I'm sorry.
Support.
We have a motion by Commissioner Cochin, supported by Vice Mayor St. Clair. And
I'm reporting out on this one.
Mr. Manager.
So this is a more of a housekeeping item that Choice One Bank, that Adelaide Point has been working with, asked be entered into between Choice One Bank and Adelaide Point because the city is a party to the agreement with Adelaide Point. We need to sign off on this as well. This agreement was drafted by our legal counsel, and it is recommended to approve. I don't know if legal counsel has any additional background.
Sure, or I can answer questions.
I just kind of wanted to highlight it for the folks at home to understand exactly what's going on.
Essentially, it is the city and Adelaide Point has a contract that allows Adelaide Point to use the in-out lift. The bank is lending money for the boat storage building, and should there be a default on the loan between Adelaide Point and Choice One wants the ability to take assignment of using that in and out lift.
Thank you for elaborating on that.
Any follow-up questions, Commissioner Cochin? No. Any other questions, Commissioner? All right. Yes.
Yeah, excuse me, legal counsel, you said that was an agreement with Choice One Bank.
Yes.
And Adelaide Point to utilize the Payment for the boat
The
launch?
underlying contract is between the city and Adelaide Point,
Okay,
giving Adelaide Point the right to use the in and out boat launch.
okay, all right, okay. Which he's already doing now.
Yes. Yeah. There's an existing cooperative use agreement.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Cochin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kilgo,
Yes.
Commissioner Keener,
Yes.
Commissioner German,
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next item, K, Muskegon Greenway Study Partnership. Commissioner German.
All right, let me find
Oh, I'm sorry, C.
Oh, I'm sorry.
CG.
C.
CG.
Oh, I had a
Oh, yeah.
form out of order. Next up, item C, Commissioner Kilgo, Apple Avenue Utility Design Services.
Yes. Motion to, for approval for staff to enter into a contract with Preen and Newhoff in the amount of $65,800 for the design of utility improvements in Apple Avenue.
Support.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Kilgo, supported by Commissioner German. And DPW Director Vanderhyde, welcome.
So, you may recall from a work session about a month ago, we went through a lot about what PennDOT is planning in 2026. One of the things we talked about is that they have offered us the opportunity to repair some utilities that are within the Apple corridor. In order to do that, we have to design those improvements. This is a motion or a proposal to hire Brenda Newhoff to design those utility improvements for us. Their designs would be incorporated into MDOT's plans, bid with the project, and the city would therefore save money in a bunch of different ways. Mostly regarding payment costs, mobilization, design costs, training costs, things like that.
Awesome. Yes. Thank you, Director. I do remember us kind of reviewing this and the things that tying it in with MDOT's project, which would save the city money. I just want to make sure this is just for the utility redesign and not any structural street widening or lengthening along the Apple Avenue corridors. This would be for the under the pavement stuff, correct?
That's correct, yes. It is for a specific set of water main and sanitary sewer improvements listed there toward the end of the memo. At the top of the heading. It's a couple different water mains and 5, I believe, sections of sanitary sewer.
Perfect. Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, Commissioner Kilgo. Commissioner German, do you have anything to ask or add as supporter of the motion?
Yeah. Once these utilities are, thank you, Mayor. Once these utilities are finished, how long will it be before we actually can look forward to having reconstruction done to the Apple Street?
Sure. So this item is just for the design of those utilities. They would actually be built together with MDOT's project in 2026. So they'd be built at the same time as the road. And so we would effectively complete the utility improvements at the same time that the road improvements are completed.
And how far we're looking from, well, you can let me know how far, is that the whole Apple Street from the downtown all the way to Laketon, or does it go farther into the, almost by the expressway?
Yeah, so from downtown, right at Muskegon Avenue, all the way to essentially the highway.
Okay.
Yep.
That's good to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments, commissioners? Commissioner
About
Keener.
how long is this project expected to last?
So again, it's in 2026. MDOT expects they can complete all the work in one season. I would say that will, my best guess is it will take most of the season. So I would think we're talking probably April 1 to November 1, something like that.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, sir. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Gorman,
Yes.
Commissioner Cochin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kilgo,
Yes.
Commissioner Keener,
Yes.
Commissioner German.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next item, G, Neighborhood Enterprise Zone, 242 Viridian Shores Drive. Commissioner Cochin.
I motion to approve the Neighborhood Enterprise Zone certificate for 242 Viridian Shores Drive for 12 years.
Support. Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Cochin, supported by Vice Mayor St. Clair. She beat you by a hair.
Oh, no.
And we have, welcome, you can introduce yourself for us, and yeah.
I'm Jocelyn Hines, and I'm the development analyst.
Thank you. And you're going to be reporting out on this item?
Just want to give us a brief introduction of what the request is for.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is for a house that's on the development for 242 Viridian Shores. It's a couple that bought the property who is relocating here to the Muskegon area. So for those who are unfamiliar with neighborhood enterprise zones, it's a tax incentive that we offer individuals who are doing development in distressed communities around housing.
Thank you. Commissioner Cochin?
Thank you. So I wanted to bring this issue up to just kind of highlight what this means for the citizens in the neighborhoods, and then also ask a very specific question, which you might not be able to answer, but we'll see. Can you explain a little bit how the neighborhood enterprise zone impacts our neighborhoods in our city?
Mm-hmm. So I'll try my best of my ability to answer that question. So this is a tax incentive that's often offered to people who are looking to do development projects in distressed communities. So if there's a community that has had some disinvestment along several years, we can offer this as an incentive. So often it's about a 50% tax reduction for the homeowners or the owners of that particular property.
Thank you. And follow-up question is, how would you say that Muskegon has been disinvested?
I think just like we've discussed in several other meetings, I think there is a very need for housing here in City of Muskegon. I think you all have read the housing study that was shared with us. So I think any investments around housing is a very good way for us to use our tools in our toolkit around tax incentives.
Excellent, thank you. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
One last thing. So in regards to the home there on Viridian Shores, can you speak to the setback limit there?
Mm-hmm. I cannot speak to that, but I'm sure Jake can.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Can you introduce yourself, sir?
Yeah, Jake Eckholm, Director of Development Services for the City of Muskegon. I think the question was about a setback at Viridian Shores. Sure, that's a good question. So Viridian Shores is part of the larger Harbor 31 planned unit development, which was passed by the Planning Commission and the City Commission in 2021. And that site in particular is a site condominium development, which means that it is one master parcel with specific site condo lots. It does not abide by the setback requirements that you'll see in our districts like residential 1, residential 2, residential 3, and RM. And that's the reason for planned unit developments by and large is confined or geographically difficult spaces like spaces along waterfront, or in that case spaces with a publicly accessible shared common element of the condo like that boardwalk. They have specificity as to what deviations from the zoning code they would allow, and so that's what that planned unit development allows them to do. So they don't have a specific setback requirement.
Thank you for elaborating that for everybody. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Any follow-up, Commissioner Cochin? All right, Vice Mayor St. Clair, as the supporter, do you have any questions or comments?
I do not.
No? Anyone else on the commission? Commissioner German.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mrs. Hines, for that report. Now, I heard you say that tax incentives are geared to communities that don't really have investments or disinvestment in those communities. Did I hear you correctly?
Well, usually distressed communities, so communities that's lacked things around housing or commercial corridors. I feel like the City of Muskegon has done a very good job of making opportunities available for people to make needed investments here in the community.
Okay. Now, this location is actually right by the Harbor 31.
Right.
Okay, so there's a lot of development going on there.
Yep.
Okay, and that property is not what? You're not looking at a property 100,000 40,000, you're looking at probably 300,000 or better. Okay, so we're looking at giving 12 years tax incentive to the individuals. Okay, which would probably in maybe 8 years sell that property or that home, double that amount. Okay, now, and I've supported these in the past. Okay, and I like the development. I've talked to the citizens and constituents in that area. My question is to the city, but we're talking about this, but this kind of ties in with what we're talking about when we talk about equity and how we can better utilize these incentives for other areas that had investment in distressed areas. So I was just like the commission and directors be mindful of that. Because everyone can't live down there on the waterfront. So we have to be mindful and equitable when we start talking about incentives and be creative and coming up with a formula or solution to help distressed neighborhoods where they can get tax breaks and don't have to pay taxes for 10 years or better. You know, I know everyone would like that, but when we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, I'm a huge, advocate for that. I like to see the wealth spread around. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner German. I just, for context, this NEZ, Neighborhood Enterprise Zone, is available for elsewhere. It's not just for this area. It has been utilized by numerous different people, and it's for new construction or redevelopment of construction. The tax abatement differs depending on if it's new or redevelopment. If it's new, it's 50% of the taxable value, and then if it's redevelopment, it is where you're freezing it pre-investment of the development for the set duration of the time. The other thing that I just want to explain, well, maybe I'll just have Jake or Jocelyn explain this in a minute, but I'll wait. Commissioner Kilgo, questions or comments?
Comments. So the price of this house is actually not around $300,000. It's $693,000.
I was just throwing a number out there. Yeah.
But in its new construction. But here's the thing. The city needs to continue to press education because this resolution 2021-61B was set in June of 2021, and it was put in place for our distressed communities. The thing about the Harbor 31 project, before the Harbor 31 project, there was nothing there. So we weren't using it for housing. So they just took advantage of it. We have other communities, let's say in the east side of Muskegon or other neighborhoods, that we need to educate on how they can take advantage of some of these tax abatements, correct? So in this particular case, it was on the books. Nobody went to this person and said, hey, come get this 50% tax abatement. It's on our books for them to be able to take advantage of it. And so that we don't pick and choose, they're taking advantage of it. I just want because we are having other developments. The city, I have on another item we're going to talk about, the city of Muskegon is doing the best job in Michigan, not just West Michigan, not just the Lakeshore. The city of Muskegon is doing the best job in Michigan around housing development, new housing development. So as we get more of them and we get some in our lower price point communities, I want to make sure that we're spreading the word of education, like, hey, that neighborhood enterprise zone, your house qualifies for it, go apply. And we get more of these, and they're not just on the Harbor 31 or the Viridian Shores ones. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Kilgo. Yes, Mr. Manager.
I guess, and to the point of on the education side, that's one of the big things that Ms. Hines and Mrs. Alexander do on a daily basis is they're out there working to help let it be known what our different programs are throughout the community. And one of the reasons that we have two people in this role is that we can spread out throughout the community to get that information out there. So,
thank you, Mr. Manager. And piggyback on Commissioner Kilgo, he mentioned the resolution that had been passed in 2021 with regard to establishing the neighborhood enterprise zone, and keep that in mind. So the first step is to create that zone or that district, and then the properties within the district may apply for a certificate. And these districts do exist throughout our city, including our inner city. And so as you noted, when this was approved, it was approved pre-development, so there was an expectation that property owners and investors there and people are going to be building homes there would be able to take advantage of this, because we as a commission in 2021 established that district, and that had been approved by Commissioners Hood, Garin, Johnson, Emery, Rinsma, Siebenga, and German. So it had been unanimously, there's one absence, it looked like. So it was unanimously approved when we created the district itself. And so now here's an opportunity for the property owner to apply for the certificate to avail themselves of it. The question that I have for you, because I think some of the questions or concerns about tax abatements, like, well, we're giving them money, and these people are, they got enough money, they can give it to us. Can you help explain how that interplays with the brownfield? Because there's a brownfield there that there's tax capture to go towards eligible brownfield reimbursement, and so. Can you just touch on how the
They connect. So I'll try. But often people can take advantage of brownfield and neighborhood enterprise zones. So I'm sure the commission has saw a lot of proposals around brownfield where it captures the tax, and you can use that captured tax money to help fund eligible activities. In regards to the brownfield, you can also stack a neighborhood enterprise zone on that. The thing is, when you stack the two, it takes longer for you to be reimbursed for your eligible activities when you have a brownfield and a neighborhood enterprise zone. So it cuts the taxes and then kind of cut them again. As far as where I shouldn't say it cuts them again. The brownfield, it takes you longer to just get reimbursed for the money when you have a brownfield and neighborhood enterprise zone stacked with each other. So often it'll cut the taxes, but then it'll take you just longer to get reimbursed. But you can stack those.
So in this, thank you for that explanation.
Yeah.
So in this situation, with those being co-cited, the direct impact to approving an NEZ certificate is on the developer, because they're the ones that would be reimbursed for the collected taxes. And so when a certificate like this being passed, the direct impact is on the developer itself, not the city or other taxing entities. In that regard. Okay, thank you. Mr. Manager?
Just another question. So the enterprise zone's established. Does every property in there automatically qualify, or is there a step in the process?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So you have to apply to get the neighborhood enterprise zone on your specific property.
And there's a window to do it, so don't miss the window.
Yeah. Yep. So we often often encourage people before they even pull permits to talk to city staff, so we can talk them through what their options are as well, because it's a period after you pull your building permits where the NEZ you wouldn't qualify for an NEZ.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Commissioners, any other questions or comments at this time? No? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner German,
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman,
Yes.
Commissioner Cochin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kilgo,
Yes.
Commissioner Keener.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Now, item K, Muskegon Greenway Study Partnership. Commissioner German.
Yes, sir.
I was so excited. I wanted to get right to it. Commissioner German.
All right, I move to authorize staff to provide $50,000 in matching funds to WMSRDC, the Muskegon County Bicycling Coalition. The West Michigan Shoreline Regional Development Commission, and MCBC, the Muskegon County Bicycling Coalition, to enter into a Greenway study with other partners agencies.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner German, supported by Commissioner Keener. Welcome, sir. If you introduce yourself, please.
Yes, I'm Kyle Krachewski, Director of Parks and Recreation for City of Muskegon.
Thank you for joining us this evening. Could you report out on this item, please?
Yeah, so as we've heard tonight, there's a ton of support in our community for not only the Greenway study, but also for conserving natural resources. And so this is a study that we'd be working with through Wimserdick, who's really kind of the engine behind this, to improve and make a healthier Muskegon through looking at our trails, our bike paths, our non-motorized opportunities, as well as vacant lots. As for instance, we also acquired the CSX, and that's part of the our city ownership now. So looking at all the inequities that we have in our trail system, seeing what improvements we can be made and how it can be enhanced. Just the short of it.
Thank you. Commissioner German.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Director. And just listening to the support from everyone who engaged, I think this is an awesome and great opportunity for the city to be partners and to move this study forward. And also looking at the connectivity points and the Smith Ryerson Trail, Ryerson Creek, along with other areas, Cruzy Park. I think it's just it's going to be a real great project once completed. I can't stress how much the quality of life is for the community and citizens here when it comes to our physical health, mental health. I think this is, again, a great opportunity for the city of Muskegon and its partners to move this project forward.
Absolutely.
Can't wait to see it happen.
Absolutely. I saw a huge need for it during the snowstorm of Halloween 2023 when it was so much snow we had, and most people don't think you're commuting around or walking around in October, November, but saw just a massive amount of people who would have to commute to their jobs and to get groceries on the actual roads, especially on the east side. So this study, I really took note of that, and this study really checks a lot of boxes that I think we opportunities in our park system. We're master planning all the park system right now. This is a complement to that, to master plan all the other areas that we'd like to interconnect and.
Okay, great. Yeah, and just one other thing, because you were at one of the meetings when we talked about this, was the deliverability meeting, and you stressed on some things, and just being surprised at some of the communities that don't have cars or anything like that, and they can utilize, this bike path, a safe route to get to one destination to another, and but also, healthy and getting good exercise too.
Yeah, there's different forms of it. Some people need it for exercise is important. A lot of people aren't going to gyms as much, and outdoor recreation is, the new gym. And others need it for their primary area of transportation. So it definitely encompasses a lot of uses.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner German. Commissioner Keener, as supporter of the motion, do you have anything to ask or add at this time?
I don't.
Thank you. Commissioner Cochin.
I just wanted to share my support for this. I think that this is a great idea, and really support interconnectivity amongst our residents in the city. You talked a little bit about Whimserdick, and for those who are watching or here who don't know what Whimserdick, can you tell a little bit about what that is?
Tell you the truth, they're the Western Michigan Shoreline Regional Development Commission. I know that they are, a body that kind of looks over the conservation in Western Michigan.
Thank you.
Yep. I could probably have a.
Yes. I'm going to have Commissioner Gorman.
There we go. It's important. I don't want to cut him short. Yeah.
Board member of the West Michigan Shoreline Regional
Thrilled
Development
to serve on that board.
Commission,
Yeah. So the West Michigan Shoreline Regional Development Commission oversees a 5-county area that Muskegon is a part of, and so Whimserdick often falls in kind of a really cool in between public, private, government sector. They're able to apply for grants on behalf of our communities for special projects through the federal government, and so sitting on that board, Muskegon's well represented, but again, the other 4 counties in our area too. So they're a great partner for projects like this, and our community definitely takes advantage of using the commission to move our community forward.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, there we go.
Great job.
Any follow-up, Commissioner Cochin? No. Commissioner Kilgo.
Thank you. Director Kurcheski, thank you for being here this evening. Are our neighbors contributing to this study? Because looking at the map that was on our stuff, the conceptual Greenway plan goes into Muskegon Heights and goes into Norton Shores. It may go into Fruitport, I can't tell, but are any of our neighbors supporting this study with funds?
I know they've been reached out to. They're in negotiations. I know that our portion the money that the city is putting in, the $50,000 that is the money that's going to be looking into the city of Muskegon boundaries. We're not paying for other entities. Windsor Dick has put in $50,000 as well, so they will be looking outside of the city. But as far as our scope, what we're paying for, what we really want out of this is the improvements to our city. I know they've reached out to Norton Shores, Muskegon Heights, and others, and they are trying to. I guess I haven't had an update as working on all my park stuff. It was just, this seemed like a good opportunity, and we do have meetings coming up about it, updates, but I do know they're putting in strong efforts too. I believe Norton Shores had committed, but I don't want to speak for them.
Gotcha, thank you. And it's Windsor Dick that's exactly doing the study, or is it a third-party entity other than them?
It will be a third-party entity. Yes, it will be. They're going to create the RFP too, and solicit bids for this.
Okay, and so a third-party entity, and I know that you can't tell us exactly, but in your words, can you give us a little bit broader 100-foot view of what exactly they're going to be studying that will cost the city $50,000 or $100,000, since we're matching funds from other entities? What exactly are the plan for them to bring back to us for $50,000?
Yeah, well, I'm going to phone a friend and bring up my Parks and Rec Advisory Committee committee member, Aaron Bodwell-Mast. We've been all working together with this, with Windsor Dick, and I don't want to fall short on giving you guys the full explanation on the benefit to us.
Thank you.
That's okay. Welcome, sir. If you could introduce yourself.
Thank you. I'm a member of the Muskegon County Bicycling Coalition and a member of the City Parks Board. Working with Windsor Dick, we've developed, and Kyle and Todd Myers from the DPW, we've developed a draft scope that has very specific items that are deliverables for the city. Many of those are covered in, it's looking at the Muskegon Lake Greenway, making sure that it functions. Not one of the things, the problems with the current trail is we have several parks along it, but it doesn't feel like one unified experience. These things don't function as nodes, and as Kyle referenced, how the CXX new property could be integrated in that. We'll get looked at some of the things. We'll take the master plan has trail route recommendations for the non-motorized pathways. We'll take that to another level of planning to make sure it works in and out of the city. We'll make sure that neighborhoods, we had things about with the Shoreline Drive study and discussions about what do we do about the Moses Jones Parkway getting from Jackson Hill into on the Muskegon Lake Shore Trail. It's very difficult to cross there. This would help with that. This will also look at, it would cover other things like the Keating Corridor, which was a subject of a grassroots kind of effort and came as a livability lab project, which crosses over Muskegon and Muskegon Heights. The Ambrosia Corridor, there's state land that apparently could come to the city if you work out the conversion. That goes from, pretty much would get you from the southeastern neighborhoods into the farmers market, the old farmers market, and maybe onto the Lakeshore Trail. So those are just some of the deliverables, and also getting a connection from Beach Street and Cruzy Park, possibly a paved connection into Dune Harbor Park. So I think this is of course a budget, not a final bid for the study. The part Windsor Dick brings is they'll see the context of how Muskegon fits into the whole system, make sure one of the problems with our system, as I said in my public comments, is that you go to some things and they dead end, or you don't go anywhere, or you can't get from your neighborhoods into there. This will do it. It could help with the Apple Avenue planning. You send a letter saying that you'd like to have where's the Apple Avenue route go? And how do you connect to that if we make that a main biking corridor in the city? If MDOT agrees, it will help with that. So, and as Kyle noted, and I think the motion sheet, it will also, these corridors, as greenways, can help with grant points. It's shown them as regional pathways in the trust fund and land and water grants. So I think that those would I say would be the deliverables on this for the city. So trying to definitely get the bang for your buck and your money's worth, even though the city is helping to lift the study and get it going. We do have, request Roosevelt Park and Norton Shores, as well as some private foundations that might not work out in time. There's a clock on this funding for the fiscal year for Windsor Dick, so they're trying to get it going now. I think this is the right time for the city parks to do it in concert with everything we're doing it. So that would be my thing, but happy to have Kyle answer questions.
Yeah, thank you. And to put it a bit more tangible, we're currently applying for grants. It's grant season with DNR. And when you have concepts like this, it makes it very, a lot easier for the DNR to approve it. So the whole point would be get some concepts, and this 50,000 will, easily turn into much more funding for our park system.
I'll give another example in the way it works. I've worked for Ottawa County Parks. We got a $25,000 grant from the Wege Foundation to do a coastal corridor assessment, and it covered not just Ottawa County Parks, but it covered from West Olive to Muskegon. But we were able to turn that study into over $600,000 of additional funding. So I would also say this is seed money that not just turning grant money, but other federal and private dollars if you have good plans with good renderings. So.
Thank you. Follow-up, Commissioner
Yes.
Kilgo?
So speaking of good plans, yesterday we reviewed a study from our road diet, and the study was comprehensive and had a lot of data in there from the flows of traffic. But at the end of the day, I don't think that that particular study, which we spent the same amount of money on, led to any movement, which is fine in my opinion on that one. But I just want to make sure, I'm glad that you added that this study could lead to more funding. I would love to see our neighbors step up and say, hey, we're smaller, so we can't do 50, we'll do 25, or hey, we'll do 20, and get some of our neighbors to pitch in so that they can do their thing with the third-party study. I just want to make sure that when the study comes back, as far as what we do in our city limits in Muskegon, we have some tangibles to say, the study showed A, and directly from A, we'd like to do B. And we got some funding to do B. So hopefully when the study does come back and when it's done, we have some tangible direction to go in. Like, look, it was worth it. We spent this money on the study and we found this. So here's our plan, to bring a plan to use what we spent the money for. So thank you for putting this together. It's heavy. Call our neighbors, be like, hey, jump on the boat, get them to throw in some money too. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kilgo. Any other questions or comments at this time? Are we good to vote? All right. I will just remark that thank you both. I especially appreciate you, Mr. Belbamask, because I know we've had conversations about this for a couple years now, at least. And so I appreciate your persistence on advocating for this Greenway planning, and I thank you, our Parks and Rec Director, for embracing it and bringing it forward to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, and identifying available funding within our existing budget rather than having to allocate any new funding, being able to utilize funding within our existing budget, bringing that to our Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, and it being embraced by the members of our Parks and Rec Committee as well, eagerly so. And I'm pleased that we're also able to include this Ryerson Creek in this study that is reflected in our master land use plan, wanting to explore doing a greenway along the Ryerson Creek corridor. So I'm happy that that's included, and so much other things of the greenway study complement and build off of our master land use plan that we just wrapped up a few months ago after multiple years of development and drafting that in concert with our community. So I'm excited to see this built off of that and doing it in partnership with, Muskegon County Bicycling Coalition, as well as Whimsdick, and hopefully our other municipal neighbors as well, because certainly the more the merrier, and the better to spread the costs would be very much appreciated. But I really like the possibility of being able to leverage this for additional funding, and then implementation, those tangible implementation. We would love to see implementation from this. Yes, you have
If
something
you
to
don't
add?
mind, just to add per Commissioner Kilgo's comment, I agree totally with that, and I watched the presentation and saw Mr. Zoll's comments, and I think he made a certain point about one of the things that was missing was a vision, and this provides a vision. Like the Detroit Greenway, the Jolo's Greenway plan, this is modeled on that. That's a vision that's brought in, not just millions, but tens of millions of dollars, and galvanize that community. So I would say that's the difference in this study. It's not just, data collection, it's actually making visions. And this is taking things that we know are latent and ready to go and people see, not just I've seen it. The Keating Corridor came up completely independent of what we're doing. So people see it, they know it can happen. It's almost there. This is just the next step to get it to the implementation.
Yeah, I don't want concepts in my office collecting dust. The whole point is to implement. The plan is we have our master plan we're working through with the ARPA funds, but there's a lot of other grants out there, and some of them that are perfectly for this that we don't have the concept for and the information for. And of course, having that engagement is very necessary to be able to receive those. This would have a huge engagement aspect as well.
Awesome. Well, I'm excited to see the study get underway and the fruits of that process. So thank you both. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Keener,
Yes.
Commissioner German,
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman,
Yes.
Commissioner Cochin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kilgo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next up, item L, amendment to the zoning ordinance, door transparency. Commissioner German.
All right. Thank you again, Mayor. I move to amend Article 20, Section 2006.12, 2006.14, 2006.15, 2006.16, and 2006.17 of the zoning ordinance to eliminate the entry door transparency requirement for certain building types as presented.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner German, supported by Commissioner Keener. Welcome. If you could please introduce yourself.
Good evening, Mike Franczek, the Planning Director. This amendment request is to eliminate the window requirements for residential building types in our form-based code. Our form-based code really preaches to have a lot of windows and to help people see inside of businesses, and also for people in their houses to look out into the neighborhood for safety reasons. And we've really been able to do some good things with this, but we're finding that, at least in the residential building types, that it's causing some issues because while the doors or the windows work well and you can put curtains on them when you want to close them, it doesn't work so well with a door. They don't really make a lot of window treatments for windows on doors, and the way some of these houses are being built, these windows are looking straight into a living room or a dining room, so it's really ruining the privacy for some of these homes. And now we're seeing people putting up their own window treatments, whether that's a blanket or some towel or something like that. So we think it's having a negative effect on the residential buildings, but it's still working great on the commercial buildings. So this would just eliminate that 25% transparency requirement for doors on residential doors in the form-based code districts.
Commissioner German?
Yes, thank you. Now, Director Francis, would that have any effect on residents that have those type of doors? Would they have to make those changes, or is it like grandfathered in?
Well, so some of the houses that we've built, we've required the builders to put those windows in on the doors. So after this, if this is amended, people can choose to whether they want to keep those doors or get rid of them and have a door without a window on it.
Oh, so they have a choice.
Yep.
Okay.
It'll be up to them.
Okay.
So if people want to put windows on their doors going forward, they can as well. It just will not be required.
And that's just in areas that's zone foreign base.
Yes.
Yep. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner German. Commissioner Kilgo.
So point of information, this has nothing to do with any existing house that already has a door on it. If they have a 25% or 0%, it doesn't matter. This is only for new construction or change, like permit pulled construction.
Well, going forward, we won't require people to put those windows in. And for the ones that already have put them in, if they don't want them, they can change their door to a solid door with no windows.
Thank you.
So more flexibility. Any other questions or comments, commissioners? All right, roll call, please. Thank you, Director Rancic.
Yep.
Commissioner Kilgo,
Yes.
Commissioner Keener,
Yes.
Commissioner German,
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman,
Yes.
Commissioner Cochin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next item, P, request to amend the plan unit development at 1148 and 1204 West Western Avenue, commonly known as Adelaide Point.
All right. All right. Thanks, Mayor.
Yes, that's Commissioner
okay. I
German.
was just waiting to get recognized. Okay, let's see. I move to request the Fourth Amendment to the PUD at Adelaide Point. Hold on, let me go down just a bit. Move to approve the requested amendment to the plan unit development at 1148 and 1204 Western Avenue with the following conditions. Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
you
okay,
read all the
okay.
conditions.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, more details include landscaping plans shall be included for the proposal meridian on Adelaide Boulevard and approved by staff. Parking configurations does not change from the previous presented third amendment for the Adelaide Point PUD plan and revised site plan showing no changes in the parking configurations shall be approved by staff. And the application for an elevation bike path be submitted to Eagle.
Second.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner German, supported by Commissioner Kilgo. And who's reporting out on this item? Mike. Oh, okay. Director Franzen,
Yep.
welcome back.
So I went ahead and highlighted these changes on a map just so you can see them a little better on the screen.
Those on the monitors.
So this would be the Fourth Amendment to the PUD. The changes include changing the primary function to the east boat basin. Will be changed from boat storage, boat staging to fishing. The shopper docks have been proposed to move to the east side of the existing boat launch next to the forklift dropped, and the transient docks would be moved to the east side of the central peninsula. The fuel docks would also be moved to the central basin. The planning median has been introduced on Adelaide Boulevard to denote the entrance into the development, and the former railroad path has been converted to a multi-use path along the southern edge of the campus. And there's also a connection made from the bike path on the east side of the on the west side of the development to the Sharrow lanes on Adelaide Circle.
Commissioner
Oh,
German.
okay, yeah, okay. Thank you, Director Francis. Okay. So what was the original amendment in Amendment 3?
The amendment to the last time we amended it, the third PUD, was to include the removal of a condominium retail building that included 55 residential units, changing the other condominium retail building to a hotel, which removed 55 residential units but added 125 hotel rooms, and repositioning of a condominium building and slight modifications to Adelaide Circle. I also went and updated the history of the Adelaide Point development. Everything was on there written correctly, but I made an error in putting the wrong plan on the third one, so I can hand those out.
Okay, now, just another question here, really quick. Now, there's been some talk from the public about the public access. Does this PUD provide that to that marina, or does it take away public access on that horse
I believe that the comments were saying is that the transient slips, from what I could gather out there, was that would impede on fishing in the area.
Yep.
It'd still be accessible, though.
How much is that encroaching on? You said impedes. We talking what? 12 feet.
Well, the transient dock slip is denoted as M2, highlighted on that plan. The new one I showed you, I highlighted it in yellow.
Yep.
To the north.
Yeah.
That's
Director Franzik.
Yes.
I think what, if I may, Commissioner,
Go ahead.
he's looking at M6, the forklift drops.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, M5 and M6.
Oh, yeah, I believe there was also some discussion that people tend to fish there as well, and that dock may get in the way. But I believe the plans are to allow people to fish on the dock as well.
Okay. So, as of written right now, they wouldn't really have access to it, or is that what you? How these plans
People
are
generally
kind of
fish out there now, and on the last approved plan, the forklift dropped was there, but the shopper docks were not. So the shopper docks may take away a bit of the hard surface where people tend to fish.
And that's one of the main focus for a lot of fishermen, to have that public access to fish. I've heard this in my 13 years as a commissioner, having public access to that lake. And I think that's really essential. And I'll get into the other parts later. So basically, and I'd like to hear from the developer also, because I give him a fair opportunity to give feedback on some of the comments that was made by the public as well.
I would like to note that where it says M8, where the boat basin is, that's been cleared of most docks, so that is going to be used for additional fishing. A lot easier access to fish in there, though.
And that's in the basin, right?
Yeah, that's in the basin.
Okay. Now, now that wasn't where the dredging was going on that east side of the basin. Is that where the violations of the permits that Eagle talked about, or the DNA? Because I received emails, and I also received information about some activities in that area. So I just want the public to know, and I'd like for you to verify. If I'm wrong, correct me.
We'll let the developer speak to that in a moment, but
Okay.
Right now, any questions for staff directly?
Well,
I'm not aware of the violation.
Yeah,
I'll have to have the developer speak on that.
Yeah, I thought maybe you may have some insight on that. I'll yield right now if anyone else has any questions.
You had something to add?
Yeah, so I just wanted to note one thing. So through previous amendments, we had already approved boat lift drop operations at M5, M6, where there's a talk of the impact on the fishing. What this PUD amendment is looking at is adding in docks at M5, M6, as well as those other highlighted areas which we're talking about as well. Most of the comments tonight were focusing on that M5, M6 area to the right of the boat launch that's there at Hartshorn Marina. that operation has already been approved by the city through other agreements. This is to add some infrastructure into that area. Just wanted to clarify that.
Nope, that's a good context and clarification. Thank you. Commissioner Kilgo.
So, for staff either, if we already approved docks at M5, M6, and if we already approved docks at M5, M6, my biggest question is that piece of property where M5, M6 Adelaide Point property or City of Muskegon property?
That's
Well, I was going to say we hadn't already approved docks. Docks were not in the Third Amendment of PUD or any previous. Well, not in this location. The the staging and the transient and shopping docks, all of that was inside the small boat basin west of the city's Hartshorn Peninsula. So in between AP, Hartshorn, that's where all of the docks were located in the pre-existing plan unit development. And so this amendment is reflecting relocation of the staging docks and the shopper docks to the east of the launch ramp, right where the drop lift is. And the drop lift is what that activity, the drop lift had been approved previously and is reflected, in the cooperative use of AP being able to have non-exclusive, non-preferential use of Hartshorn facilities for their business. And so this isn't necessarily to piggyback on you, but just something I wanted to clarify, because it's been said many, many times that the city's giving away property, or the city's selling property, or the city's giving away. No, not a square inch of city property is being given away, nor sold, nor transferred in any capacity as part of this deal. The cooperative use agreement contemplates non-preferential, non-exclusive use of city facilities in exchange for public access for the entirety of the AP shoreline, waterfront shoreline, as well as fishing docks and the like. But we can get into more detail if need be. Mr. Manager?
Yeah, and I wanted to add one additional point of context. The reason that we're looking at the drop lift area or having the operation in that area is because when the developer originally went to the state to ask for the operation within the Adelaide Point property, Eagle came back, Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy Department at the state came back and said there's an existing facility just to the east, which was built for that purpose. So as an effort not to harden other areas of that of the shoreline, it was recommended that that operation be moved to another location. They didn't specifically state that spot, but they did note that there was another location within a radius
nearby.
Nearby, and this is that spot. So that was a state agency that reviewed it and said that the original location wasn't acceptable because of the hardening, and there was already an existing facility there, and that's how we kind of migrated the boat drop from where it was originally intended further to the west to this location.
Okay. So a few more questions for context. M10, as we see on the map in front, that is the drop lift area?
M10 is the boat launch, the existing boat launch that is there, the launch ramp. Where those docks are, the three finger docks and the L-shaped dock at M5 and M6 is where the drop lift operation has already been approved to be.
Okay.
And it was referenced earlier about that having been there in the past and used in the past. So that infrastructure for the drop lift was installed in the 80s. And so there had previously been in and out boat storage service that operated at that site. And then it fell into disuse, and that's where we've seen people utilize it. And it's been great for accessible fishing. And that's why it's important that if that accessible fishing is not going to be allowed there anymore or impeded in any way, because it could still be used there when the in and out storage service is not operating, but otherwise impeded, it's important that it's replaced. if not expanded.
Okay, awesome. I do have a few more questions, and I may have some questions for the developer, but if I needed ADA accessibility and I couldn't go down A4, A1, that peninsula, because there's a graded drop, like it's gonna be beautified. It's gonna have grass and stuff, and I can't get down there to like necessarily a hard platform like over where those docks are. Where would be the best place for me to fish if I needed ADA accessibility and I wanted to do it at or near Adelaide Point? Do you happen to know that answer?
This is a great question. You want to take it?
You want
So, a couple of different possibilities for that. One is the proposed LDOC M6, which would be ADA compliant, that someone can go out on M6 right there, open to the public.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
In fact, to better ensure that it absolutely will be public accessible at all times, I've talked with the city manager about us owning the LDOC, specifically, at least the LDOC. But other areas for accessible fishing we've been discussing is immediately to the west of the Hartshorn launch ramp. So instead of the accessible fishing from the Hardin shoreline being east of the launch ramp, moving that to west of the launch ramp. And so that's in relatively close proximity and actually would be closer to the public restroom that we have there, and are going to be investing in upgrading and getting that open again.
Okay. And then M3 over by the marina. M3 says fuel docks. Is this a change? Were they originally going to have two fuel docks on the marina, one on the east side and one on the west side? Or was it only supposed to be one?
Great question. It was only supposed to be one. And so that does need to be reflected. I don't know if we need to formally amend it, but that M3 in the southwest quadrant needs to be removed. There was a fuel dock reflected in the previous PUD inside the small boat basin. This PUD reflects it being moved out of the small boat basin and into the central marina. But there cannot be a fuel dock in the southwest quadrant there.
And then, because we did hear passionately from a lot of the public tonight, is there a way to revise this? I don't want to stop. I drove by the other day, and you know we're starting to see the progress and the skeleton, the buildings going up. A lot of people in the community are excited to see the finished product. You know, when Adelaide Point is accessible and the marina is going to get started and all this stuff. So I don't want to stop progress on what the developer's doing, but do we have to have all of the items in one yes or no for the amended PUD? Can we say, okay, well, this needs to be done. We'll put this on this one. We'll put this one on this one. Yes. And then if there are things that are really hindrance. Now, I understand from our conversation, like what we're having right now, where we say, okay, M6 is going to be public. Is that going to be stated specifically in the wording of the PUD? City of Muskegon's going to do the LDOC, or Miss Aubrey, the Adelaide Point employee, said before, they're working on the logistics of it all. Can we have the logistics in writing of what is going to be said so that it's not, well, kind of open for interpretation?
Looking at the cooperative use agreement that was passed on September 13th, 2022, Section 2, city property access. This is city property. It says, upon completion of the improvements, APQ must provide the public at large with rights of ingress, egress, parking, passage, and use for the intended purposes to the city property. And then talking about the how the improvements are done and things like that. So through the cooperative use agreement, there already is provisions in there accommodating for the public to use spaces in public space. And so this was approved a year and a half ago by the commission. And then I was going to say something else and it just left my brain. So I apologize.
Oh, it happens.
That's okay. Whenever, I may have more questions once the developer speaks.
I was going to say, as far as what your options are, so the recommendation from the Planning Commission came with conditions. The City Commission can add additional conditions if it so chooses, and then that would be a conditional approval of the PUD amendment. And then obviously there's the, straight approval of what the Planning Commission did, a denial or a referral back to the Planning Commission. So
I'm going to try to sum that up.
Yep.
So our options are approving the PUD amendment as referred by the Planning Commission to us with a recommendation of adoption. We can make changes to it, amendments to that, additional conditions. We can reject it, vote no entirely, or we can refer it back to the Planning Commission with specific, when we refer to Planning Commission, there needs to be a specific, legal counsel, we need to have some specificity. It's not just like, here, take this back. Could you speak to, what that would entail if we were to refer back to Planning Commission?
I think, out of fairness to the Planning Commission and the developer, more so the Planning Commission, if there's something in particular that you have concerns with, and that's why you want them to reconsider, the motion should reflect, here's our concerns, so that they know what to focus on.
Okay.
Instead of sitting there wondering, what the heck does the City Commission want?
Right. That makes sense.
Commissioner Manager?
And I would also add, for additional context, we did do a work session item where we discussed allowing the developer to move forward with an application process to the state for this, knowing that the state also has permitting requirements as well, and those processes are moving in tandem. And so, if, say, one of the conditions, if we wanted to make that more clear, would be, approval of all state permits or things of that nature, or, some variation thereof. So this is not the only entity that would be looking at the dock portion of this. It is being reviewed by Eagle as well.
Similar to what we did with the Sappy PUD or Windward Point PUDs, there are conditions added on there that the PUD is not effective unless all state and federal agencies permit it. Any follow-up, Commissioner Kogo? Open it up. I'm blanking on who supported Commissioner. Anyhow, I'm just going to go back to usually okay, perfect then. Yeah. So usually I go to the person who made the motion and the supporter, but Commissioner Cochin?
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for coming out tonight, Director Franzik. Can you elaborate on something the city manager was discussing as far as the cooperative use agreement? Does it state explicitly that the public use is taking precedence over private use?
I'll take that one, Commissioner. So it's as far as from the use of public lands, that those can't be impeded upon. There is I'm trying to find the section here. The public at large may use the recreational improvements, including park-like amenities, the shopper dock, subject to reasonable rules and regulations adopted by APQ to protect the public and the improvements. APQ may close and restrict access to the city property as necessary to repair damage or destruction from whatever cause, to construct improvements, and may be necessary to protect the public from injury, harm, and damage.
So just so I understand that correctly, the city has stated that APQ can close down part of our public marina, public park there, for construction of private use. Is my understanding correct?
It doesn't say, it just says for construction. So to construct improvements and may be necessary to protect from injury and harm. So the improvements that would occur on the city property which must be done according to the PUD at the same time as all improvements on Adelaide Point. When that is complete at the developer's expense, those are then publicly accessible. But during the construction project, or if there's damage, just like the city restricted access to the small boat basin because it wasn't safe, that same provision exists within this agreement to restrict access if there are safety issues.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify to make sure that was in regards directly to safety and not just to improvements like landscaping.
No.
Thank you, Commissioner Koshin. Any follow-up?
Well, I've got lots, but I'll let somebody else.
All right. Any questions or comments for staff, for Director Franzik or the manager at this time? No? Do you have follow-up for the staff or just questions for the developer? Or I should say the applicant.
Yes, one more.
Oh, go ahead. I'll come. If you don't mind, Commissioner.
Oh, I'm sorry. Does somebody else need to go?
You want to go?
Oh, just to clarify, what is currently public property that I'm looking
So from the map that's on the screen, probably the easiest way to think about it is if you look at where that M6 LDOC is, kind of on the right-hand side. If you go along the lake water up to the north west, up that first peninsula, that's City Park. And then, so then there's a small boat basin, which is noted as M8. Just on the west side of that, up about...
Can you color that while you're describing it to me?
Sure.
I'm a visual person.
Okay, I got you. Unfortunately, this won't work for our folks at home. But let's see here. That's a rough. It kind of looks like a tuning fork almost.
Okay. Thank you.
So there's.
We can put that on.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to
We can put that under the.
I didn't know my artwork was going to be publicly displayed. So
the pink highlighted area.
Yeah, the pink highlighted area. And that's not an official GIS.
Mm-hmm.
No. So just but that is city property, and then it goes. It continues to the right, to the east, around the marina.
And by the way, for folks that are seeing this, well, I don't know if it's on screen for home, but anyhow, that parking lot is not the parking lot that would exist. So just note that what you're seeing, the markings for that parking lot near the restroom and the M7, that is not the parking configuration that we are approving as part of this PUD. Is the existing parking configuration, in which case that site plan will be submitted to staff for approval. And as talking with staff as well, given that it is city property, if the needs for parking change, we have that right to make the changes to the parking configurations without the need to come back as a PUD amendment. Follow up, Commissioner Keener?
No.
Okay. Oh, Vice Mayor St. Clair?
Thank you. I don't know if this is for either of you. The mayor mentioned the possibility of the city owning M5 and M6, the docks. Can we talk about that a little bit?
So we've only just had some preliminary internal discussions, so I don't want to get too far ahead of my senior staff on how that would work exactly. But one of the things that we have discussed was the city owning that dock, which would then give us the right to ensure, the rules that are applied to it, who can access it, times, and things of that nature. There are some logistical things internally that we've been discussing on how that would work. And what some of those hurdles would be if it was our ownership. But as far as allowing for public access, then it would be completely clear at that point that it was our public access, but that per the cooperative use agreement, there would also be use of those docks by Adelaide Point to do the boat drop lift operation.
Okay, so I understand that this is a very probably premature discussion, but is that something that we think is in the realm of possibility?
I would say it's in the realm of possibility, yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
As senior staff is looking at me from the back of the room.
Sorry.
They're not. It's in the realm of possibility. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor St. Clair. Commissioner Cochin?
Yes. So I'm glad that we elaborated on what is public property for the park there and what is private for Adelaide Point, because that was something I think is important to make a distinction of. At current, we do not have good distinction of that difference. There's not any signage, which has been brought to my attention by several constituents, and I've brought that up to the city manager. And so my hopes are that that's going to be remedied in the near future, as well as several of the maintenance concerns on the property. I do have some concern as well with this use, and I brought that up before to the developer, but my question to you, Director Franzik, is do you feel as a general citizen of the public, would you feel safe fishing next to a forklift operation?
No, but probably staying away from where they're dropping the boats. I think it would be I'd feel safe standing out on M6.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Any additional questions for staff?
Not
Mr.
for
Cochin?
staff.
All right. I'll just touch base on the signage piece because I know that that's something that we've talked about at the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. The need for wayfinding and the need for signage along all of our waterfront parks and public access, whether it's city-owned property that's publicly accessible or privately owned property that's publicly accessible, that it's important that we have wayfinding and signage that clearly indicates what is accessible to the public. And so that is in progress. I do believe, last I heard, that Director Karczewski is working on including that in this upcoming budget to have that comprehensive, consistent signage and wayfinding throughout our park system.
And we're also waiting for the branding stuff to make sure that everything's consistent, because we don't want to invest in signs and then
Yes.
reinvest in signs.
It's going to reflect our new.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Director Franzik? Yes.
One
Commissioner
last,
Feener.
what is that called? The drop.
The drop lip.
When was the last time that was operable? I thought you said it, but it slipped my mind.
I believe it was in the 90s.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are they going to have to make some renovations to that?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Or well, it's already.
Is it operable now?
Yeah. So it's had upgrades. There,
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Well, Mr. Liesma, as the applicant for this PUD amendment, welcome.
Thank you.
We can open up to Q&A right now, or if you'd like to, present on your request for this amendment.
I mean, I can take Q&A directly. I think probably the only opener would be is that this is just a continuation of the development of the overall idea of how does a public-private partnership work well for everybody. We're investing about $85 million next door in environmental remediation, new buildings, utilities, roads, wetlands construction, creating park access. We're also investing next door over at Hartshorn. When we first got there, was not in good shape. We have put our time, money, and resources into improving it. We have made roughly about $350,000 worth of improvements to Hartshorn already, and it's important to us as a good corporate citizen that we work together to provide a better experience across every strata of income ability, etc. Some of the things that we started to do were to clean up the landscaping in that area. We had to completely redo that forklift drop. It turned out that there's about, I don't know, 300 square feet that had eroded out from underneath the slab, and it was about 5 or 6 feet deep, so it was basically just a huge hole underneath. You know, we took out what was there, corrected everything, temporarily used some duct tape in the holes to make sure the cement didn't go out, but it's basically, it'll be there until the end of time at this point. We make improvements on our property so that it benefits the public and the environment. Accessing all of our waterfront as part of the cooperative use agreement, accessing our fishing pier as part of the cooperative use agreement, and we're also making improvements over at Hartshorn at the same time. It's an overall, all-encompassing, holistic strategy on how to improve our town for people that live here, people that want to come here, people that want to visit here, and it's working. The number of visitors to Hartshorn has gone up tremendously since we opened things up and started making improvements. We've booked 20 weddings to be at Adelaide Point in the past month. We've sold $17 million worth of residences. We have seen an incredible amount of enthusiasm for what we're doing, and the dry marina is part of that. We have 50 customers already, members of the public, that would like to be able to use this public facility and property that we're continuing to improve so that they can enjoy the lake too. We're going to continue to do what we can to try and create as many opportunities for as many different people as we can, resident or not, tourist or not, local neighborhood, family or not, and then find that balance to make sure that everybody's getting along and being cool like Fonzie.
Thank you, Mr. Leesma. Opening up to a question, I am going to go back to Commissioner German as the motion maker, and he had previously requested to address the developer. So, Commissioner German, questions for that applicant?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Mr. Leesma. Couple concerns. First of all, the feedback from the public and then your project. I know this is a huge project. A lot going on down there, and as I've stated to you before, I would like to see this happen for you and what you're doing. But as a commissioner, citizen, you know, it has to be done right. And if there's anything that's going to jeopardize or put the public at risk, whether it's the safety, if it's not allowing them the quality of life to have that public access, or the quality of water, and that's one of the things that I really want to touch on. And stated that there were some permit violations. I'd like you to talk about that, and yeah, just enlighten us on that. What happened? Because there's definitely some feedback that came from Eagle.
Yeah, sure. No, I was the one that reported it. So as part of the overall project, we are making a commitment to invest in restoring wetlands that were destroyed and creating gathering spaces for the public, and then making that all available to the public. Adelaide Point has always been private property. It's probably the most heavily trespassed piece of property on the lake, but it always has been private property. And when we bought it, we had the vision of working with the city to try and create more public access for everybody. So all around our peninsulas and all down the fishing pier, it's about 26 or 2,800 linear feet of access that was not available to the public before. So we want to create that public access to enable activities for subsistence fishing, for families enjoying the waterfront, views, the whole 9 yards. The second thing that we wanted to do was to be a positive environmental contributor. This lake has been trashed like crazy historically. I have always been a fan and a steward of the environment. I think it's important. I drove a Tesla in 2012. it's important that we take care of our resources. And so we voluntarily chose to do a complete shoreline restoration of all of Adelaide Point's property. Not cheap. It's about $600,000 to redo the 2013 restoration project. When it was put in, the water was low. The elevation was 578.5 feet above sea level. The water came up 3 feet, and everything that was put in was totally destroyed. So the only thing that was left was rusty barrels, bricks, industrial garbage. You couldn't walk on it with your bare feet because you'd slice your feet open. It was nasty and gross. That's an enormous amount of environmental improvement. Wetlands serve to clean the water. They serve to create habitat. They serve to stabilize shoreline, to minimize erosion. It's a major, it's a great thing. Just on environmental improvements and public property improvements, we're cruising well over $1 million. I mean, even us putting in the new road to Hartshorn off Adelaide Boulevard, that came out of our pocket. It is 30 feet wide. It is enormous, and it's great for trailers. The pathway that's being taken to go into Hartshorn right now is not a road. It's a narrow driveway. So to your point, public access, incredibly important. We're doing it. Environmental stewardship, incredibly important. We're doing it. Not perfect in the process of making the improvements necessary to plant wetlands, which I'm hoping to start doing this week. My contractor did it wrong. He did it wrong. Instead of using an excavator to come back from the water level up, to shape it back, what he did is that he went into the water to dig a hole, to grab material, to place it up top, and then to doze it back down to create the slope. That is the wrong way to do that sort of work in a regulated waterway. Absolutely the wrong thing to do. And I usually walk the site twice a day, just checking everything out. I had a late lunch. I came back late. I walked out there and I saw him doing it, and I said, "What the are you doing?" And he said, "Well, I'm creating the slope." I said, "You can't do that." Right? I had him stop, and I called Jared Sanders, who's the Water Resources Division Director over at Eagle. I called Chad Hipshire, who's our Eagle agent, I guess you could say. Muskegon Lake Watershed Partnership, West Michigan Shoreline Regional Development Corporation. I called the Muskegon Conservation District. I called the city. I called everybody I possibly could. And I was able to get Chad on site about 90 minutes later. And then Chelsea from Muskegon Conservation District came over about 20 minutes after that. And I said, "Here it is. It happened. Wasn't supposed to happen, but it happened. And we got to decide what to do next, because I certainly don't want to do any more damage." And Eagle and MCD agreed that it would be best to basically integrate those spoils into the slope and to continue moving forward with the wetlands restoration. You know, most developers don't care about the environment. They don't care about the public. They just want to smash and grab, create as much money as they can and go. It's not what I'm doing here. This is a passion project. I want to show what can be done the best in Muskegon. It's why we introduced mass timber. It's why we're doing things with public access, environmental restoration, because I want to show how a project can be done. It is a passion for me. And so doing it right is important. And business would be easy if it weren't for the people. They do dumb things sometimes, and we move forward.
Yeah, because there was 2 other incidents also where you had incidents as well, and I appreciate you admitting and taking responsibility of and accountability of your worker, contractor.
So the other time,
wrong, but the other times that the incidents happen, I mean, now we talking about contaminants in the Muskegon Lake.
So what it was is that we had another excavator working in the main basin, and they're supposed to put in a turbidity curtain that goes around the entrance to the harbor in between the peninsula and the fishing pier. And that's done to prevent sediments from getting into the lake, right? And he was digging and he didn't have a turbidity curtain in. And so some sedimentation went out into the lake. And again, as soon as I found out about it, I called and reported it. The other incident was related to like stormwater runoff, like something, very minor. But there were 2 incidents I would consider not good, right? I mean, it's not good to not have your turbidity curtain in place, and it's not good to dig down when you're supposed to be digging back. But neither Eagle nor the Army Corps fined us for the previous incidents because they know that we are the most environmentally minded developer that they've ever worked with. I've heard it from them directly. They have told me directly, we wish that all of our clients were like you and Emily. Because we're focused on it. I can't create perfection. I can't do it. But the amount of overall benefit I think we're delivering environmentally at least helps.
One last comment, Mayor.
Well, I just want to.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
To be clear, the most recent violation is still under review and
Yes.
subject to potential fine.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to clarify that. One more
No,
follow up,
that's-
and then I'm going to go to
right.
Commissioner Kilgo.
Okay, and due to those 2 incidents and the one that's under review, I'm quite sure you understand the concerns of the citizens. People and citizens and everybody that lives here in the city of Muskegon that have access to that lake and the work that has been done over the years to bring that lake back into fruition where it's clean for fishing, boating, all of that. I guess, my question would be, how experienced are your workers, are your contractors? Because this is a liability. When we talk about the quality of life, the environmental conditions, clean water. So I would think that you said you didn't get fined, and that was going to be my next question. Have you reconsidered just pausing, or because I want this done right, and I support all the developers that do projects, who working with the city, just being business friendly. But again, I'm at the mindset where, not one time, but 2 times, but a 3rd time, that's a major concern, Mr. Leesman, for me.
Well, I would say this in terms of, what about your contractors? We have the first new marina permit in 30 years. There are not guys all over the place that do this type of work. They just don't. And commercial developers who say, I want to spend $1 million on a wetlands restoration project, they don't exist either. They just don't, right? And so, frankly, a lot of the work that we're doing is not common. These guys made mistakes. I, wish that they never had. I can say that we're almost done. Like I said, I think we're going to be planting the wetlands in the next week or so, and so I don't expect any additional excavation activities taking place on or around near water at all at this point. But people do make mistakes, and I accept that. On me, I said that to Eagle and the Army Corps. Don't bust them, bust me. I'm the guy that started it. But overall, it's an enormous environmental improvement from what was there, which was something quite nasty, and they know that, and so they've been great partners with us.
Thank you, Commissioner German.
thanks,
Thank you, Mr. Leesma. Commissioner Kilgo.
Thank you. Mr. Leesma, we're not a judge or a jury. I'll let Eagle deal with the mishaps and all that good stuff. Looking at this is on our docket tonight for a PUD change. Looking at the last one to this one, if you moved your transient dock, if the bike path was raised, the ADA shopper docks and the fuel docks, the changes that are on what Mr. Franczek provided us with, my first question is, how many more PUD changes do you see you requesting? Because I didn't wear a suit jacket tonight because it's hot in here. There's a lot of heat coming from Adelaide Point, and I wanted to stay cool tonight, you know. So I'm
Yeah.
curious, how many more PUD changes do you see? And it's hard. I know business, you know. It's hard to say, but if you could see, okay, here's the plans. If everything goes right, do I have to come back in front of City Commission?
You know, this goes down to just probably me as a person. You know, I'm opportunity focused. I'm looking for opportunities all the time. It's the only thing I think about. I order the same thing for lunch every damn day, right? Because all I'm thinking about is opportunity. And to chase opportunity and to do it well requires flexibility. And that's one of the 3 columns that I tell all of our business partners: trust, chemistry, and flexibility. I've never done this before. This project needed somebody who didn't know what they were doing to jump into this, because it's huge, right? And that's why there's so many new novel things that are here. And it exasperates city staff too, because I say, hey, I got this great new idea, and they're going, good Lord, right? You know, why me, right? And if there's an opportunity for major benefit, yes, I will bring it up, because if I think it can help people, my customers, the public, etc., then yes, it's one of the reasons why I thought it was a good idea to take the East Basin and turn into a fishing location. We paid Purdue University $10,000 to do a study on Muskegon Lake perch, and they identified it as a separate species distinct from Lake Michigan perch, right? There's just tweaking. And for some people that is exasperating, right? For me, that's carving something magnificent out of an ice block. Now, eventually, I'm done. In terms of the dry marina, the wet marina, the multi-use building, the boater services building, the condos, I don't have any more projects that are on the board right now until I come back in 2025 and talk about a hotel, right? So I feel like we're very close. All of my assets are supposed to be up and operational June 1st. It's not change for the sake of change. It's change for the sake of improvement. And I'm sure I will be back again at some point, because there will be other ideas and there'll be other things to talk about. I don't see any right now. Everything that I can see and have been able to forecast is represented in there, but I won't say that I won't come back with another idea.
Gotcha. I don't know if this is internal or for you, but and Ann, I don't know if you can put that map back up, but the fuel dock situation, can I just talk about that in the marina? Was
Yes,
your
sir.
plan to only have one fuel dock on the
Yeah, there's only one.
east side?
Yeah.
So that the second M3 in the southwest, that's not
That
gonna
wasn't
be
supposed to be
okay.
there. That, you know, engineers and PUD designers make mistakes too.
Okay. I mean, since the city commission, what I heard from the mayor and the manager, city commission, we can make additional conditions. We can kind of get some logistics around what city staff wants to do with M6 there, the ADA shopper docks. I really want AP to be finished so that, you know, you can have your beautiful development up and running.
I just can't wait to be done.
For sure. I think that goes for a lot of us. We would love to see it done and see you there and not here. Even though we really do enjoy
I got
you.
that impression earlier as well.
We love you coming down. It just it's hot in here today. Yeah, so I think that's all I have for this. I just want to make sure internally that we have a sense of the direction the city wants to go with some of these items.
Well, and I think I just want to comment on this too. The beauty of the cooperative use agreement is that if either side is being a jerk and not working with the other, or trust is gone, or chemistry is gone, or flexibility is gone, and it becomes this way or the highway, it ends. So why on earth would I not work with the city to figure out what's going to work for everybody? I don't want to displace anybody. I talk down at Hartshorn fairly often, right? And, you know, talking to the fishermen that are there, there's, you know, a few people in particular I spoke with. They would rather fish north of the ramp because it's deeper there. They would rather get all the way down to the end of the peninsula to fish, right? I mean, but the reason they're there is because they have no other option. But you wouldn't know that unless you actually went out there and talked to them. If I make their life better, then I've done my part to improve somebody else's life in a neighborhood in this town. And it's possible to do it again and again and again and again and again. The apoplectic class don't believe that, but I do. I think that we can make it work for everybody. And again, that goes back to the exasperation of what's the next tweak, what's the next revision going to be. And I get that, but it does ultimately end up with a finer product, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kogo. Mr. Manager, you have something to add?
Yeah, just kind of to build on one of the comments from Commissioner Kogo about what staff was looking at. One of the things that we have had some internal discussions about, again, kind of like the doc's not completely fleshed out yet, is where a replacement area for the ADA accessible fishing could be, as the developer noted, perhaps to the northwest of the launch ramp would be an acceptable area because of the depth and the ability to get up to the water at that location is similar to where it is there. So staff has started to have those discussions as well. I think one note is, as the mayor alluded to before regarding the parking, the PUD updates or the cooperative use agreement are the parameters that are set for the developer on what can be done on our property. The rest of the property is still our property, and we can do with as we want. So it wouldn't, if the city wanted to do something on the property, it couldn't necessarily counter what the developer wants to do, but we don't have to come back and amend a PUD because it's our property.
So what I have in front of you here is a spot where this actually came from Economic Development Director Ekholm, so I can't take credit for it. But this area here would be a fantastic location for putting in some poured handicap parking. I think we could put 4 double wide accessible spaces, maybe 5. But with the new drive that comes in off of Adelaide Boulevard with, to your point, Commissioner Cochin, regarding signage that shows clearly public ramp, Hartshorn, which is something is important at our project, is to have appropriate signage everywhere. This is a more premium location for fishing. It's in deeper water, and it's closer to what the major entrance is going to be.
Mr. Manager?
And just something to also note on the signage part, there are improvements that have occurred through federal grants and state cooperation that do require signage, and when the construction's complete, those signs need to be replaced. Sorry, my brain's...
Well, and that's a great reminder, we are in a cooperative agreement, right? Like, I have been working to improve not only AP, but Hartshorn. And I think I'm 99% sure that AP was able to secure a $1.6 million appropriation to make improvement to Hartshorn. There's a way for us to swing a big bat and do a lot of amazing stuff together, but it comes with a partnership, right? You guys help me do what I need to do so I can do my best work, and then we do our best work in order to enhance the value that the city is providing to citizens, both my customers and not my customers. I think it's a symbiotic relationship that, it's the more we invest in each other, the better it's going to get. That's just how it is. Not every idea is going to land, as City Manager Seifert knows. He doesn't like all my ideas, but some of them are okay. But yeah.
All right, Madam Clerk, could you put on the screen? What page is that? Page 138. of our document, of our packet.
This does have an error on it that's being corrected.
On this one?
Yes.
What's that?
As far as what city property, because that's noted as Adelaide Point fishing access.
Oh, yeah. More of it, just wanted to, because I know I heard Commissioner Keener earlier talk about she's a visual person, and Commissioner Kugo asked about the fishing areas, and I had spoken to it, but I wanted the visual up there as well. If we can kind of zoom out so folks can see the different fishing areas, existing and new fishing areas contemplated with the cooperative use agreement. While we're getting that centered and whatnot, I'll go to Commissioner Cochin.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Good evening.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Keener?
Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry, Commissioner Cochin. She was over there.
I just more so want to comment on behalf of this community. I think we should first be very careful about how we word things. My grandmother always told me, "It ain't what you say, it's how you say it." And continuing to speak on how this benefits everyone, it does not benefit everyone. At the same time, the baby is in the birth canal, so we have to keep pushing this baby out regardless. But be careful, please, on that's not everyone's opinion of what's going on around this property.
I understand.
And I'm first and foremost here to speak on behalf of my community. Second, you threw out words like trust and symbiotic relationship, whereas you have posts on social media, for example, per our agreement with the city, if we are not allowed to use Hawthorne, Adelaide Point's Pier, and Waterfront will be available to customers only. Can you clarify to me what that means? And can the city clarify, is that an agreement?
So the cooperative use agreement states that if we're able to use Hartshorn, then we'll provide all of our waterfront to the public with the public access easement. So yes, Adelaide Point is private property, but in that agreement with the city, we're letting everyone come in and use it.
So does that not, like, just reading some of these posts, it kind of, it looks a little bit like if I can't have my way, then you can't access the lake. And I guess I just don't like that presentation very well, even though the baby is in the birth canal, like I said. But at the same time, I think we just really have to be cautious of what we say, because you are the guest here. It's not the other way around.
Yeah.
And so I'll say my piece on that, but I have to speak on behalf of my community and let you know exactly that everybody is not happy. Even though we're happy, excited that you brought yourself here and you brought opportunity here. We're looking forward to this project, but at the same time, everybody's thoughts are not your thoughts. Everybody's ways are not your ways.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
so please, you should also just be cautious of the things that you say, because again, you say words like symbiotic relationship and trust. And some of these things you've written do not look symbiotic or trustful.
I could do a better job. I mean, I am a man of passion. I'm a man of passion, and my goal is to create something that's good for everyone. Don't always do that. I make mistakes too. But it is my goal that everybody benefits from the project. It just is.
That's the goal.
It is the goal.
That is the goal, and that's the hope too. But at the same time, you have to be considerate of what other people are seeing. And just like you said, you're passionate. Most of us have lived, a good deal of us have lived here all of our lives.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
so we're just as passionate about that lake.
My wife speaks to me often about this.
I said my piece. Thank you.
I appreciate your input.
Mr. Manager, you had something to?
I wanted to answer Commissioner Keener's question about agreement on that or not. So I think the way that I read that is related to the cooperative use agreement, which the cooperative use agreement gives Adelaide Point access to that portion of Hartshorn in exchange for public access throughout Adelaide Point. There are parts of the project that would have public access without the cooperative use agreement. This just makes it holistic. Obviously, the Hartshorn Peninsula will always be publicly accessible. That is our property. We own that. That will not change. The breakwater, which is M4 on this map here, there was a $1 million state appropriation, of which one of the caveats was public access. So that would also be accessible. We do need to secure an easement from the bike trail to that, but that was part of the appropriation for that. So holistically, if the cooperative use agreement was to go away, the developer would have options to change public access there and the rest of the development. But those areas that I just noted, I would not change from my point of view.
Thank you. Commissioner Coach.
Thank you. I've got some questions for Mr. Leedsma and then a comment. But first, I'd like to thank you for coming out tonight and discussing this project. I know that you're very passionate about it, and I appreciate your passion for the project. I can tell that you're an entrepreneur and you've got spirit, and you are trying to do what you believe is the right thing to do. So my questions for you, some of them have been answered by other things, so they might be a little out of order here, but my question is first and foremost about the most recent violation in regards to the dredging that was done there on the wetlands. Did Eagle come out and take a soil sample and provide analysis already?
I don't know if they did. I don't recall seeing Chad get a soil sample.
Okay, thank you. And the turbidity curtains that you brought up in regards to the discharge, those turbidity curtains were shown at a previous commission meeting in tatters on the beach. Have those been cleaned up?
I don't recall exactly which photo you're referencing, but the turbidity curtains are still functional.
They're still functional? Because the ones I saw were in pieces and on the shore.
Well, there's a couple thousand linear feet of turbidity curtain, but the way they work is that there's flotation in them, and it holds a silt screen that is suspended in the water. And if a portion happened to get snagged in something and it worked towards the shore, it wouldn't interrupt the turbidity curtain's ability to capture silt between the peninsula and that curtain edge. So
I'm going to respectfully disagree with you there, sir.
Okay.
You said that you want to provide an experience for all.
Yes.
My concerns are that this is our public park, our public area, and the public seems to have a lot of concerns. I also have a lot of concerns, especially in regards to the environment and some of the things that have happened on accident. But that comes from inexperience, right? And I understand inexperience. Believe me, I understand inexperience. But I also believe in having somebody help you along the way. And that's why I was sat between the lawyer and Vice Mayor Sinclair to help me along the way. I wonder who is helping you along the way. Do you think that maybe there's somebody in Eagle or through the state or the Conservation District that could be helping you prevent these kinds of things from happening more?
So I profess to my own ignorance readily when I don't know. I think that's one of my core talents, is being able to spot people smarter than me. I did try to go to all the best people that I could. We hired GEI as our environmental consultant. They work frequently with Muskegon Lake Watershed Partnership, Windsor Dick. I went to Edgewater Resources. They're regarded as one of the best waterfront developers out there. I went to Joe Bailey from Great Lakes Dock and Materials, who does work all throughout the country, putting in facilities like our fishing pier. I have the best team. Frankly, we wouldn't be able to get it done if it weren't for that. I developed a relationship with Jared Sanders over at Eagle. He's the Water Resources Division head. Adelaide Point is a combination of opinions that were vetted by a group of professionals, and that's how we got there. When it comes to the actual implementation of all the different projects that are there, there's dozens of contractors. There's 3 different general contractors that are on the site. It's just an unbelievable amount of volume of work that's going on there. In terms of who would monitor me, to be honest, I don't know. I don't know. This is my first development, and it's the largest waterfront project in West Michigan ever. It's just, it's enormous. It's huge. And I think, should I have hired someone to sit there and watch the whole time, everything going? Yes, I should have done that. If I would have known better, I would have done that, but I didn't. Experience is where you make the mistake first and you learn the lesson second. But I've learned a lot through this project. But again, frankly, if I would have known what I was getting into when I started it, I wouldn't have done it. So, ignorance helps you fall forward rather than turn away. I would do things, yes. I would have somebody that would just sit there and watch.
I appreciate the humility, and definitely recommend reaching out to Eagle to see if they have any recommendations, because you were speaking about the violations with Commissioner German in regards to the discharge and this recent dredging incident, and they all appear to be related to excavating.
Yes.
And I think it might be time to evaluate your contract with those excavators, and try to find somebody who is more experienced in this arena, because while you might not know, there are groups that are experienced in wetland restoration at this scale, at much larger scales than this, as well as building marinas. And I know that there's a contractor shortage and there's issues, but it's definitely worth a little bit more work in looking into, because we do have a wonderful resource with Muskegon Lake, especially after all of the work that's been put into it to clean it up. And I hope that you share my passion in making sure that we don't pollute more.
Absolutely. That's why we're doing all the wetlands restoration. I agree with you completely. I think that there's more work to be done around the lake. I don't think that we're done.
Yep. Go ahead, Commissioner Cochin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leitsma. My final comment, actually, no, one more question. A10, if you could refer to your map at A10 there in the small boat basin area.
Yes.
That is a parking lot. Am I correct in understanding that?
I think that's a slightly different PDF than the PUD, so hold on here a second. A10?
Yes.
Yeah, A10. That's supposed to be it was originally designed as a parking lot.
Okay, and that idea has been scrapped, correct? That's not still in place?
No, it wasn't scrapped. What happened is that I started prepping that and getting that ready, and the amount of concrete debris that's around the municipal peninsula is extensive. It's curbs and sidewalks and rebar. It's terrible. And if I poured a new parking lot there and then brought an excavator out there, granted one with proper monitoring, they would destroy the parking lot. It would just destroy it. It would be a total waste. And so that's what got me started in working with trying to find an appropriation. Mm-hmm. And we put together a budget and a design to redevelop that entire peninsula, remove the rock and concrete, put in a soft shoreline, again, to your point, to continue to advance restoration on the lake, and implement a professional design, which is put together by Edgewater Resources and GEI. I figured it wasn't worthwhile to throw the money away,
Yeah.
but I'm hoping that appropriation is made available to us in June or July.
Okay, thank you. And you were speaking to filling in that area? Is that my understanding correctly?
So that area isn't in the wetlands area. The wetlands area is pretty well known to me, having had it surveyed. The entire elevation of that peninsula really has to come up by probably 2 feet. Not in the wetlands area, of course, but kind of down the middle. Whether that be a combination of crushed gravel, like we had from removing the old foundry foundation and grinding it up, or compacted sand. There, and that's kind of why it went back to, like, if you can make it look better for now. Like, I was going to send in our excavator to just regrade the trail that goes down there and just kind of smooth it out, because there was so much traffic last year on it that it kind of rutted it up, and there's a couple of low spots. Like, there's, you can church it up a little bit, but you're not really fixing it until you do something that's a bit more major, and that's where the conversation about getting the appropriation started.
I understand, thank you. After hearing from the public and reading some of these comments and feeling that there is an overwhelming urge to push this project through, especially when there's currently the public comment for Eagle just closed, I would feel much more comfortable waiting on this issue than voting on it tonight. I think that there's time for Mr. Leetsma to work on things and maybe make good on his promises to make sure that he's following the intent of his cooperative use agreement with the city as far as his environmental impact, as well as give Eagle time to analyze and assess that information.
Thank you, Commissioner Cochin.
I have nothing further.
Commissioner German.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Leesma,
Just ready to vote.
you have not received the applications have not been approved from Eagle, right? For your permit, okay. And the contaminants due to the dredging, all that's been cleaned up?
Yes. I mean, it was pulled out. We did not fill it back in per Eagle, and we integrated the spoils into the sloping for the wetlands.
Okay. Yeah, just listening, everyone's comments, the cities, the residents, and as I stated before, and you're not the first to come in front of me, a developer with a project, that has some issues, mass projects like this, yeah, you're going to have concerns and issues, but when it puts the citizens in jeopardy, the water, and denying public access, and I'm not saying you're denying it, but at one time they could just go there before the development came, and people here in the city have an invested interest in the city, taxpayers, and they like to fish, they like to take walks, and what you've done is bring something here to revitalize an area that was just overlooked and contaminated, and I commend you for what you're doing. At this juncture, I don't feel comfortable, moving forward on this, so I'm gonna move to table this if I can get some support.
I support.
A motion by Commissioner German, supported by Commissioner Cochin to table till.
So when?
Just give some date. I'm assuming, otherwise it's gonna come off next meeting.
Well, we need some time. How much time does Mr. Leesman need? I think until those permits come back also from Eagle.
I'm sorry. Commissioner.
Well, what, did you have a question? I'm sorry.
Well, I was more or less thinking maybe, and I didn't ask him how much time he needs, but I think until it goes back in front of the planning commission. Can it do that?
You can refer it. You can make a motion to refer it to the planning
Okay.
commission, but there should be some specificity in that motion, not just here, take it back.
Yeah.
It's like these are our concerns.
Okay.
X, Y, and Z. Reevaluate this.
Okay. I like to amend the motion to have specificities to the planning commission to have detailed information about the testing of soil for the contaminants. Is there anything? I mean, well, is there anything legal counsel that I should add in there? Let me.
Well, this is getting weird.
Because
Getting outside of the
the
realm of the application. So the application is specifically with regard to an amendment to the plan unit development.
Right.
And so we're specifically speaking to these things highlighted in yellow in terms of potential changes to the PUD. And if there are specific things with regard to the things highlighted yellow that you wish to refer back to the planning commission for the planning commission review, which by the way the planning commission did unanimously refer this to the city commission with a recommendation for approval. Now I have some things that I'd like to discuss changing still, but we do have a motion on the floor right now for tabling it, and it's an indefinite table. So unless you, which should be to the very next meeting, so unless you amend your motion to specify date, it will be the next meeting.
Point of information, just on the motion, if we don't table this, then tonight we can motion the changes that we want on this specific PUD and then vote yes or no to it. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, sir. And you can add conditions to it.
Thank you.
So I would just.
Sorry, you know, there's a table out there, so we're not allowed to have discussion.
There is an active, so let's go back to, do you want it table or do you want to add a specified date?
And then we're open for discussion.
No, there's no discussion. So I'm trying to refine your motion. Like, what is your motion?
I want it tabled, sure. And
To when?
to this is March.
So our next meeting is the 26th, and then the first meeting in April is the 9th and the 23rd.
So this would, I'm sorry, may I speak? So this,
Have information or question? Yeah, sure.
this would come to the planning?
No.
Okay, okay.
Right now, the motion, as I understand, is to table this, but there's no specificity to the table. It's just I move to table this, and so it's not going back to the planning commission under the current motion, and there's would automatically come to the next commission meeting as the motion is phrased right now. So unless I get a refinement of that motion, I'm going to move forward with the roll call.
Okay. Go ahead.
A suggestion could be either a specific date or the meeting immediately following state review or something like that.
Okay, I like that.
Is that specific enough?
Sure. After state review of,
I
think out of fairness to.
Yeah, out of state review of the dock permit that is currently pending.
And then the date need to be attached
Nope.
to that?
No, sir.
Point of information. Again, point of information, if we did vote on this tonight, we can add in, I wrote it down here, we can add in that our yes is a yes if we voted yes, with state approval of the dock. Thank you.
So at this time, I've got a motion. As I understand it now, the existing motion is to table it until the next regularly scheduled commission meeting following state review of the permit. Now, there's no discussion on this. You will say yay or nay in terms of, do you want to table it till such time? If you say nay, and it's prevailing, we will continue to discuss the underlying motion and any potential modifications to the underlying motion. Does everyone understand?
Yes.
I think
Okay.
so.
Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor St. Clair,
No.
Mayor Johnson,
No.
Commissioner Kilgo,
No.
Commissioner Keener,
Yes.
Commissioner German,
Could you rephrase that motion again? So I want to be sure.
this is to table this issue until the meeting with the state immediately after the state review. To the meeting then.
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman,
No.
Commissioner Cochin,
Yes.
motion fails.
Thank you. All right, so I have not heard from Commissioner Gorman. I don't believe Vice Mayor St. Clair has spoken on this issue yet. I have some things that I would like to speak to, some modifications to this. Before I get into that, I'd like to give you an opportunity, or would you like me to just get into some of the...
I would like to hear your suggestions.
Yes.
Okay, excellent, thank you. One of which is that M3 in the southwest quadrant that needs to be removed. The other thing is with regard to M2. So this is the transient slip or transient dock that had been under this amendment relocated outside of the small boat basin and still partially in the small boat basin, but mostly outside of the small boat basin in the open arms. Now this dock is substantially longer and larger than the transient dock that had existed previously within the small boat basin. I have reservations about this transient dock M2 on here being parallel the entire length basically of the peninsula. The benefit of one of the key benefits, there's many benefits in my opinion of this project and the cooperative use agreement. One of the key benefits is that middle peninsula, which had been historically privately owned and without public access. With this agreement, we're getting public access to that middle peninsula. But under the current amendment, it is showing docking on one side and docking on the other side, and that is not optimal, in my opinion, particularly from a perspective of public access and fishing. So I would welcome a modification to that such that the length of M2 is no greater than the length of the transient docking or M2 within the pre-existing PUD. So no extension or expansion of that. Any questions or concerns about that prospect of Commissioner Kilgo?
Yeah, so on the yellow highlighted sheet, you're saying only on M2, not on the A peninsula, but on M2 only, you're saying on the east side, on the west side and the east side would be?
Nope. Where M2 is right here, just this. So this had previously been inside, but much smaller within
Correct.
the small boat basin.
Yep. But you said would be on both sides. What did you mean by
Oh no,
would
I
be
mean
on both sides?
there's docking on this side of the peninsula. There's docking on this side. So the public peninsula, or the peninsula that's becoming publicly accessible, is surrounded by docks.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying.
That's not very public.
I understand what you're saying. Okay. Okay. I understand what you're saying now. I just
So
need
it's
to-
just it's not a reduction of the docking inside the marina. It would be a reduction of the M2, which is a proposed change from the pre-existing PUD. Commissioner Cochin?
Yes, so, Commissioner, or I'm sorry, I'm tired.
Oh, no worries. We all are. It's a long meeting, and we've got more items to address.
We do. Mayor Johnson, in regards to that point, I'm looking at the second amendment, I believe, of this rendition on 2/8/23. Is that the one you're talking about in the small boat basin?
Yes, so there's docking inside the small boat basin
Yes.
under the Second Amendment, both with regard to staging, transit slips, and shopper docks. And under the existing PUD or the applicant's PUD amendment, it would move the staging and the shopper docks to the east, outside of the small boat basin and east of the launch ramp, and then the transit slips would move out of the small boat basin into the open arms.
Okay, yeah, so I'm looking at it, and it looks like we're suggesting that it be half the size. Is that accurate?
It would probably be approximately half the size. I mean, I couldn't give you the exact specifications, but my specification is no greater than the length that exists currently in the existing PUD.
Okay.
So the total linear feet is the same there as it was in the East Basin, but it wrapped around both sides.
Not for the transients. I will disagree on that. The staging in the shopper docks was on the other side, not
Right.
the transients.
Yeah,
There's
the total-
docking around.
the total
yes.
amount of dockage
Yes.
is the same.
I'm speaking the
Yeah.
transient specifically.
I would say that on the transient side, it would help more people to come to Muskegon because transient dockage is one of the most hard to find
I'm going to be
things
frank
around.
with you, sir. Maintaining the M2 as it is parallel to the entire length of the peninsula and the docking on the other side, you negate the value of that peninsula and you're undermining any future potential continuation of the cooperative use agreement in perpetuity. And I understand it's very important to you that that agreement continues in perpetuity.
I'm fine with it being shorter. I mean, it doesn't, it's fine. It's just simply relaying it could be used for more visitors, but if the commission would like it shorter, happy to make it shorter.
Vice Mayor St. Clair.
I have a question. On your suggestion of shortening it, are you suggesting that it starts farther out or it ends sooner?
It ends sooner.
Okay.
Okay, good clarification.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I should add that clarification. If we were going to
Yes.
amend it, I should add that
Yes.
specification because that's really not going all the way to the end and having open waters from the peninsula there.
So this would not be.
May I ask a question? Would
Sure.
I be able to put boats on both sides of a shorter dock?
Oh, I see.
As it's drawn there right now, it's
Reduced
only
by
on
half.
one.
I mean,
Is it physically?
that. I mean,
Yeah,
if you can
is
do
that
that, I.
possible? Yeah.
So like.
Oh, I know.
I mean,
I know.
cut that in half, and if you think you can stage transient docks within that, I mean,
Perhaps. I don't know for sure.
Yeah.
But originally it was drawn only on one side.
okay. That was something that we were questioning as well because we see notches on the inside. So it's like, were you trying to park them inside? That wouldn't make
Those
sense in
were
such a small area.
those were piles to reinforce to keep the dock in
But
position.
your expectation was to tie
Only
up
small
on
ones.
the east side.
Only
of the,
small ones,
Yeah.
like jet skis or kayaks or whatever. So
Commissioner Cochin?
I think that answered my question, but Mr. Leedsma, I want to say, and I could be recalling incorrectly, but I want to say at one of the previous meetings, you had said that the reason why you can't put the transient dock in the small boat basin was in regards to pilings that were out in that area that we're
Correct.
talking about right now, where you would be putting boats.
So those piles are up against the green line there. They're quite old. I would get, you could see them now if you drive out there. They're probably 80, 90 years old, and that prohibited the amount of turnaround room necessary for boats that would navigate into the small boat basin. Smaller ones might be able to, but larger ones would have an issue.
Okay, thank you.
I could see, if we reduce that in half, I can see you potentially doing the tie-ups with the smaller watercraft on the inside there. There's that potential, yeah.
I mean, it's possible to maybe do both. Like maybe you could put some back in on the municipal peninsula for shorter vessels only, and then have some dock that's further out for larger vessels, so everyone can be served. But I'm amenable to modifications.
Okay.
I can't go more dockage than what's already there, because then that's the permit requirement, is you can't increase your impact. So whatever square footage is there is what I can do up to.
Put them all together.
Two other things, one of which City Manager shared with me, indicating it should be a new condition with no fuel storage farm? Yeah. No fuel storage farm without approval of state and federal agencies, and no work can be done until proper state and Fed permits are issued. So that's another.
For the dock or
For the fuel dock.
The fuel dock?
And farm.
No,
Or into storage.
no fuel storage or farm without approval of state and federal agencies, and no work to be done until proper state and Fed permits are
Just
issued.
on the fuel system.
Yes.
Yeah, we can't do it anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, you could theoretically put a tank in, but you can't put anything in it. You can't connect lines to it. I don't even know if it's going to be able to go there based on a conversation I had today.
And I think that was the information that was brought to us today about the type of fuel tank that might be going in or where it would be going in. And just want to make sure that there's no work that's done that would be inconsistent with that. I believe that's.
I would have to
Laura's
pull it out,
approval.
yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, you have to undo work, and we don't want to do that, and we don't want to have local permits issued for that. But that's a Lara review.
It's a Lara thing, yes.
So.
The fuel tank might have to be moved into the marina parcel.
The changes reflect R1 or not? Did you pass through? Okay. The final, I believe it's final. The final potentially change is that I would welcome this PUD amendment to have clarification that the change reflected in R1 is not being adopted in this amendment. It's not highlighted as yellow. It was not called out as a change, but it is a change on paper that I've seen. And so I think there's a clarification that we are not, so it's the,
Oh, okay, I see.
around the curve of A1 where the R1 building is, there's an additional structure or build out in that corner that was not on the pre-existing PUD. That was not something that was called out in ours. I do not think that, I just want to, if that's desired, then that's going to need to be separate and brought back to us. Because that was not called out nor highlighted, and I just do not want us inadvertently approving something that we are not cognizantly doing so. And
Cool.
just like with the parking lot situation, the parking lot just west of the launch ramp does not reflect the previous PUD, and we had called that out as a precondition that is not changing. And so I just want to specify that. Commissioner Kilgo?
Yeah, point of information, it's good catch on R1. I didn't see the change there. I mean, I'd love to hear what it is, but earlier you said that the city has to procure a easement from M4 to the bike path.
Yep.
Mr. Leisman, do you know, was the plan to bring the bike path on the west side of the condo building or to go in front of the condo building?
Both. The bike path would go in front of the building, but there would also be like a dump off to Adelaide Circle.
Which is on the far west side of the condominium building.
Yeah,
So
so
somewhere between the water and the building, there will be a path
yes,
there.
it's a waterfront bike path.
Okay, I just wanted
It's
to
the city's property.
The easement that I was talking about, Commissioner, would go on that, if you're looking at that side of the map from A1 to A2, along the west peninsula, to access the fishing, or the breakwater fishing, or whatever you want to refer to it as.
Okay, I just want to make sure I was looking at the right.
Oh, certainly. And we
Yeah.
need to get an easement registered and recorded.
Okay.
To reflect access to that M4. Okay, so commissioners, are you comfortable with?
Well,
I'm trying to understand if it's okay to put everything together in one amendment to this, or if there are certain ones that you have heartburn with, like, no, I want that treated separately, a vote on separately, versus treating all of these modifications in one amendment to the amendment.
Yeah, I'm ready to make a motion to approve, to make a vote to approve the PUD changes with these amendments 1 through 4. Do you have 4 or 5?
I have 5.
What?
Oh, wait.
Do I need to read?
So you're talking
Ma'am,
about
I've been
the
doing
1,
this
2,
for
3
3
on
years.
here, plus you're talking about plus the ones I've mentioned, or are you talking about just the ones I mentioned?
The ones you mentioned, I wrote down 4.
Okay.
Are the ones you mentioned.
Yes, there are 4 of the ones I mentioned, specifically with regard to M3, M2, R1, and then the fuel storage situation, which we do also need one more.
And the easement.
And the easement.
In the easement.
Well, yeah, no, that's separate. He's talking about just the ones I mentioned just now, in addition to the three that were already in the planning commission recommendation.
Correct.
And then there was also talk of a precondition for state and federal agencies.
Right.
How would you want that worded?
Which I have that, unless you're not tying it, unless you're tying it to something other than the fuel storage farm.
That's the
No, that so there was
commissioner's discretion if it wishes to have that as standalone, in addition to tied to the fuel storage farm specifically.
Okay. From staff's perspective, I guess we could go either way. The reason that I was specifically calling out the fuel storage is the LARA process is separate from the Eagle process for the docks, and quite frankly, I don't know that process, and so, but also the proximity to the conservation easement and how all those things play in that, which the developer is well aware of. So.
I think that one's the most important one. Upon reflection just now, that adding that precondition for the state and federal agencies, they have to permit the docking coming off of. So that's a requirement regardless. And if we were to hold up the other amendments for that, there are amendments unrelated to that would be held up. So I don't necessarily think that's necessarily should have that, but the precondition with regard to the fuel storage is certainly important.
So with the other, if we wanted to also precondition the dock approval on Eagle review and approval, then you're differentiating those separately. So then, in theory, if one's approved and the other's not, one could move forward.
Still move forward.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So that would be 5.
So is that separate motion?
Yeah, I think it would be separate, wouldn't it?
And the question to the left was, is it gonna be simpler to do them all separate, so it's cleaner, and as opposed to all tied together, and either all fails or all gets passed?
That's at the pleasure of the commission. Staff has no, it has no effect on how staff enforces it.
I was wondering more from legal counsel.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
Not that I don't care what you
Okay.
say.
I'm sorry.
I already asked him that question.
I
He
see
said-
where I see.
He said he had no
Yeah.
preference either
Yeah.
or.
Yeah.
He said,
They can all
Perfect.
you can do it
Thank
all
you.
together or you
Yes.
can do it individually.
I'm sorry,
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Nope, that's all right.
Yeah. So and the reason why I asked it earlier, because if there is heartburn and someone, one of those conditions or modifications they're absolutely against, I want that known because we can't treat it separately. But I'm not seeing any. Okay. Then I'm going to try to word this and you can say so moved. Wait, this is going to be a friendly amendment by Commissioner German and
Oh, right. to
Commissioner
that
Kilgo.
initial.
If you welcome the friendly amendment.
I'm not welcoming the friendly
Okay.
amendment.
Then it would need to be an amendment to the amendment.
Yeah, so I make a motion to amend item P, to approve the request to the amended PUD development for 1148 and 1204 West Western Avenue with the following conditions. These original ones?
Yes.
Okay, so.
What? Oh. No, because there is a motion on the floor. He's amending the motion, so you're just going to be adding the new conditions.
Okay.
You do not need to restate the existing conditions. Just
Okay.
state the new conditions that you wish to have added.
So amending item P with one, M3 to be removed from the
Southwest.
southwest corner. Number 2, no fuel storage farm until approval by state and federal authorities. Number 3,
And no work can be done until proper state and federal permits are issued.
and no work can be done until proper state and federal permits have been issued. Number 3, shorten M2 to about half of the proposed length that is in front of us.
A reduction inward.
A reduction inward. And then number 5, dock approval with Eagles approval, or
If you want. The other one was with regard to R1. So there's no changes to R1.
that's what it was. Okay. Sorry, number 4. Any changes to R1 be approved separately from this PUD change. And then number 5, the dock approval,
Easement.
the dock approval easement with Eagle's approval. Is that
The easement from A1 to A2.
So I want to get clarity because are we talking about the easement A1 to A2, or are you talking about precondition of state and federal permitting of the docks, the floating docks?
right? Well, we talked about both. So, we have to apply for the easement anyway. Does that have to be in the PUD for us to apply? So we don't really need to do A1 to A2 in this motion, correct?
It's going to be coming. It's going to be required.
Right.
It is required.
Okay. I know. So I would be happy. We can leave off if we leave off what I just said, the dock approval with Eagle's approval. Eagle has to approve it anyway, correct?
Correct.
So I'm comfortable with the 4 M3 removal of the removal of fuel storage, approval, state and federal approval for the fuel storage farm. Sorry, shortening M2 and no changes in this PUD amendment to R1 as amendments to the other items that are already on item P.
Yep. Does that check with you?
I think so.
Everything good?
I think I understand it.
Looks like maybe we should have had this on work session last night. Work through some of these changes because this is turning into a little bit of a work session, which is good.
Yeah, it is a work session.
People are watching the sausage get made right now, but no, these are necessary. I believe, obviously, these are necessary and important modifications. So does everyone understand what those 4 additional conditions are in addition to the 3 conditions carried forward from the Planning Commission? So there's a total of 7 conditions added to the PUD at this time. Okay, it's almost half of the conditions we put on the SAPI PUD. I had a lot of conditions. So we have a motion by Commissioner Kilgore to amend the motion. Do I have a support?
Support.
All right, motion by Commissioner Kilgore, supported by Vice Mayor St. Clair. We're going to be voting on the amendment to the amendment, and then we'll be voting on the underlying original amendment by Commissioner German, whether it's been amended or not. So, any final thoughts on these amendments before I go to roll call? Commissioner German.
Yeah. You know,
A little lost in that last.
going through the process, and this is something that really should have been in a work session, like you said, Mayor. Making these different amendments or changes, and we talked about when the motion was made to table. I think it would have been better tabling this. That gave the developer time to come back and possibly have the approval of the permit also from Eagle. I just find it kind of all over the place, abstract. I mean, because there was some if this and if that and unknowns. So, I mean, I'm not in favor of it. So that's just fine.
Thank you, Commissioner German.
Yep.
Any other final thoughts before we go to vote? All right, roll call, please.
Commissioner Cochin?
No.
Commissioner St. Clair?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kilgo?
Yes.
Commissioner Keenan?
Yes.
Commissioner German?
No.
Commissioner Gorman?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Amendment to the amendment has passed. Now we're voting on the amendment to the PUD with those 7 conditions now, not the original 7 conditions. I think we've discussed this enough. I'm just going to go straight to roll call. I think it's understood. Okay, roll call, please.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kilgo?
Yes.
Commissioner Keener?
Yes.
Commissioner German?
No.
Commissioner Gorman?
Yes.
Commissioner Cochin?
No.
Vice Mayor St. Clair?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay.
Motion for
Thank you,
5.
Mr. Lisa. Appreciate you being with us this evening and addressing our questions and concerns.
Appreciate all the concerns, maybe a rebuke or two as well.
All right, so the public hearings now.
take a break. We need to
Sure.
jump in.
I was gonna motion for
Yeah.
a recess.
We're
Quick
gonna
one. I gotta use that.
we're gonna do a 5-minute recess before we move on with the public hearing. So 5-minute intermission, please. Good evening, good folks, and we are resuming the City of Muskegon City Commission General Session for this Tuesday, March 12th, 2024. Before the brief intermission, we had just gotten through our consent agenda. The longest time we've ever taken to get through our consent agenda. We're darn close to it. Anyhow, we are moving on with our public hearings with a recommendation of annual renewal of liquor licenses. So this is a public hearing, and our city clerk, would you like to report out on this item before we, open it up to the public for any input on the matter?
Absolutely. So every year at this time, we go ahead and ask all of our offices and departments if they have any issues with any of the liquor establishments, and we have it in our ordinance, and it's usually about any monies that are owed to the city, any violations with the fire marshal or with Safe Built, and filling out an application that is required and paying that fee as well. And Kim here, the deputy, she works really hard to get all of them into compliance, and so that is, again, what we did this year. And right now we have, we got it down, we have one business that is left on there at this moment.
All right, so this adopting of the resolution is pertaining to that one. No, renewing everyone but that one.
Yeah, they're automatically renewed. This would go to the Liquor Control Commission at the end of the month, recommending that we do not.
Okay,
that they
so
do
this is
not get
withholding of that one.
Right,
Withholding renewal of that one.
correct.
All right. This is a public hearing. I do think it's unfortunate that we've not been able to hear back and resolve this particular one. But the clerk did share with everyone that resolution recommending state withhold renewal of liquor licenses for code violations. And that one entity, since we're about to go public hearing, so folks know who it is in the interest of transparency, that is the People Cider Company, LLC. Which had previously been operating at a 307 West Western Avenue, Unit Q. So, before we go to commission discussion of the matter, we're going to have a public hearing. The commission then will close the public hearing and discuss the underlying resolution. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to give comment on this particular item, which is a resolution recommending state withhold renewal of liquor licenses for code violations as it pertains to that one company I just referenced? We're going to go to the phones. If anyone wishes to phone in comment on this item, phone number is 231 724 727 724 724 6176.
No, 6721.
231 724 672. I thought I had it memorized. I was using it so many different times, but yeah. 231 724 6721. If you wish to phone in public comment on this particular item, which is resolution recommending state withhold renewal of liquor licenses for code violations. I'll give that just a few moments because there's a lag between announcing here and people hearing it on Facebook or the like. All right, commissioners, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing and to adopt the resolution.
Support.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor St. Clair, supported by Commissioner Gorman. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments on this resolution before we go to vote? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Kibble, you did have a question.
Yeah, I do. I just have a question. If said single entity, the cider company, responds to our city clerk prior to the end of the month, then they may be able to get pulled off of this list and be okay?
So typically, we will continuously modify the resolution and update it and send it to the liquor control, and we don't send it until the end of the month because of that. But even after we send it, if somebody came into compliance, we would update it and let them know we were okay with it.
Okay, they just have some fees to pay and stuff.
And an application to fill out, yes,
Okay,
that's correct.
thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cochin, did you have something to add or ask?
That was similar to what I was going to ask, but I also just wanted to kind of point out, because I was like, I recognize this name, and why do I recognize it? It's because they're the shanty, the world's, maybe it's Michigan's. It's the smallest bar, Michigan's smallest bar, yeah. And so with it being off season, I'm sure they probably not thinking that they needed to take care of those things. So I'm sure they're probably a little behind on that. So I'm just glad to hear that they have that additional time.
Thank you, Commissioner Cochin. Any other?
My question was answered.
Okay. We're going to go to roll call, please.
Commissioner Gorman? Yes. Commissioner Cochin?
Yes.
Vice Mayor St. Clair?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kilgo?
Yes.
Commissioner Keener?
Yes.
Commissioner German?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. New business, short-term rental enforcement and handbook updates. So that we may proceed, may I have a motion?
Sure. I move to approve the updated short-term rental enforcement and handbook.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Gorman, supported by Commissioner Keener. Mr. Manager.
Yes, so as we discussed last night in the work session, this is some updated regulations that all short-term rental operators in the city will need to adhere to. It includes several statements that have to be signed and acknowledged that they understand certain rules and regulations related to local zoning, whether that's parking, quiet hours, things of that nature. These have to be displayed in the rental property, and there's also the 3 strikes and you're out policy for that season, and a reduction in the time frame from initial violations to tickets, and moving forward through that legal process. As we discussed before, that was generally almost a 120-day process from start to finish. We now greatly reduced that as far as when tickets are issued and fines. The recommendation is to adopt so that we can start the short-term rental process for this coming year.
Commissioner Gorman, do you have anything to ask or share with us? Vice Mayor St. Clair, do you have anything to ask or share with us? No. All right, Commissioners, do you have anything to ask about this or share? Commissioner Cochin.
This does include an increase in fees for the STR registration, correct?
It does, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. My apologies.
There's a lot.
Yeah. My apologies.
Do we need to have that specified in the? Because usually we include that in the user fee schedule. We don't need to have that specified as a fee increase. Okay. Commissioner Kilgo.
Yes, so a much needed short-term rental checklist that covers most everything. We've been asking for this. I hear before some of us new commissioners were elected. A lot of the residents wanted to see some things in writing, and this is what this provides, so I'm really happy to see this. I do want to let residents know we are going to continue to have a conversation about more things around short-term rentals, like possible zones or limits or caps or other things if be needed. So this isn't necessarily the be-all say-all, but this is a great start to kind of having some things in place. And then one other thing that we kind of talked about in our work session, for those that missed it, is I know that some of the public would like to see a reporting place, and we said that we're going to work on getting a specific page on our Connect Muskegon.
It's already up.
It's up.
So it's up, and we rework some of our back end on the website so that when you do a search on there, it'll take you to the Connect Muskegon page for short-term rentals, which has the reporting form, which is live.
Perfect.
Yes.
Yep. So I think that being live in this City of Muskegon short-term rental checklist, hand in hand, will be good things to have for the short-term rentals in our community.
Thank you, Commissioner Kilgo. Any other questions or comments at this time before we go to roll call? Commissioner Cochin.
One last thing. So I've expressed this before. I just want to make sure that it's heard one last time before we vote on it. I think that ultimately this guidebook will help ease some of the issues with the neighbors and the residents. It's something that it doesn't seem like it's that much of an ask to have available to residents. I've stayed at many Airbnbs over the years, and they have things like this in place, and so I don't think that that's a big ask. I do have concerns about the increase in fees because I don't think it's going to protect our residents from larger entities from buying up houses and increasing costs in their neighborhoods and reducing our housing stock like we think it will. And I think it's going to hurt the average resident. But I do agree with the rest of the information provided.
Thank you, Commissioner Cochin. There's one slight tweak that I'd just like to suggest that was based upon an email that I received from a resident, and that was with regard to the Good Neighbor Guide, including language emphasizing that parking in front, and like it should be known, but just to emphasize it, adding language emphasizing that parking in front of fire hydrants is illegal. And I should add, potentially endangers the public in event of fire. So like, this isn't obvious, but would you have any opposition to including that language? I mean, obviously, it's the discretion of the city commission. But since you wrote it, you don't have any concerns about that added language. All right. Which thank you to our city manager, and thank you to all of our staff personnel who have been working on this issue for the past year plus. It's going to continue working on it. So really, really appreciate the work and the proposals that have been brought forward. Commissioner Gorman, would you welcome that friendly amendment?
Yes.
I mean, okay. To include language on on no parking or parking in front or in alignment with the language that you used.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah. I'm looking for the right page. Parking. Yeah. Okay.
So just being like parking in front of fire hydrants is prohibited and a public danger. Okay, good.
Director Wills, can you please note that? Thank you.
Vice Mayor St. Clair, I think you supported. Are you good with that? Okay. So now we have the motion with that slight tweak. So thank you. And thank you to all of our citizens for engaging on this over the past year, whether showing in public forums or giving input online or completing surveys. Otherwise, emailing commissioners and just ongoing engagement on both sides of whether you're a short-term rental owner, operator, user, resident. Like, we really do appreciate the engagement as helping to inform this public policy development. So thank you. All right. Roll call, please.
Commissioner German?
Yes.
Yes.
Vice Mayor St. Clair?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kilgo?
Yes.
Commissioner Keener?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right, next item is new short-term rental registration, temporary pause. I have a motion.
A motion to approve the resolution for temporarily suspending the registration of new short-term vacation rentals in certain residential zoning districts.
Support.
We have a motion by Commissioner Keener, supported by Commissioner German. Now, this was on our work session agenda last night, and we discussed it at length. So at this time, if there are any burning questions that you were not able to ask last night or that have come up since then, or otherwise your final thoughts on this item before we go to roll call. So I'm going to go to Commissioner Keener first as the motion maker.
No, I think everything has been outlined last night. I'll be a woman of few words with this.
Thank you, Commissioner Keener. Commissioner German.
I concur with Commissioner Keener. I pronounced that correctly? Yeah, okay. I think it gives some guide and give others opportunity to prepare and get their properties up, and the ones that's already allowed to function or operate, it doesn't affect the downtown districts or DDA districts. And so you have to have some type of regulations, and I think this is a start to move forward. I do have some concerns as we get past that point when it comes to the zoning and caps, but that's for another day. So, yep.
Thank you, Commissioner
Yep.
German. Commissioner Cochin.
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight something that was sent to me today. And I think it's important for any of our short-term rental owners who also flip between long-term rental owning understand. So the question posed to me was if they are currently renting out a property and it is being rented out by somebody who's staying long-term and it's not regulated as a short-term rental or registered as one, and when they go to register it as a short-term rental, if we were to approve this pause, they would not be able to. And my understanding was that that is correct. They would not be able to, per the city manager, but they would be able to potentially go through the appeals process. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Cochin. Commissioner Kilgo?
Yes. So, the resolution, the temporary pause, it should just say moratorium. This moratorium says, whereas the city is concerned that further increases in short-term vacation rentals in certain areas of the city could undermine the character and stability of our neighborhoods and certain residential districts by, among other things, decreasing the number of long-term residents.
That should be decreasing.
Okay. It is spelled as deceasing, so I just wanted to say it right. Okay. Decreasing the number of long-term residents. Again, this goes back to what I said earlier. The city of Muskegon is doing an absolutely wonderful job of creating new housing stock, the best in the state of Michigan. It is amazing. Now, I understand that new construction or some of these developments that we're doing are not in all neighborhoods. They're only in certain neighborhoods. Decreasing the availability of long-term housing stock, thereby driving up prices and making long-term residency less affordable. The market is doing that on its own, whether we had short-term rentals or not. Creating a significant number of vacant homes in the winter months. We have a lot of winter Texans and winter Floridans that live in West Michigan, and they're going to go down south anyway. So if I was an owner and I could afford certain houses in certain neighborhoods, I probably have a second house in Florida or Texas or California where I'm going to be there anyway in the winter. And increasing levels of noise and traffic during the summer tourist season. Well, good thing this commission just passed new resolution to put in rules and regulations in place. To me, a pause or a moratorium just doesn't make sense because we're putting rules and regulations in place and we are still going to continue to look at the numbers of short-term rentals. And so that everyone knows, this pause or moratorium does not affect all current short-term rentals or the people that are already grandfathered into the program. So they are still going to be there. This is only going to hinder constituents of all of ours, because I've talked to citizens across, the people that live right here in the city of Muskegon who have plans to renovate, beautify different homes, including ones near neighbors of people that spoke this evening, like the house at 1880 Walnut Street that sat vacant for a long time, is being purchased or trying to be purchased right now and will be beautifully renovated to beautify that neighborhood. So therefore, I just think that we should move forward with the rules and regulations and continue to work on zoning or maybe caps in different areas on our short-term rentals. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kilgo.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts? Vice Mayor St. Clair.
So, I am coming from the place as a resident. of one of the most impacted neighborhoods by short-term rentals, and I know I've talked about this a lot, so I'm not going to talk at length. But this proposal is not a long-term solution. It is an opportunity for us to catch our breath and to make a statement as a commission that we hear what our constituents are saying when they express their concerns about living in what had been a neighborhood and now feels like a commercial zone. I completely understand the focus on renovation and improvement and resale. And I also know that 180 days is not going to make or break most opportunities. As Mr. Bodman spoke to during public comment, that most people who have intention to do a short-term rental aren't starting with it right now. So I think as much as anything, this is symbolic that we hear people's concern and we value their right to continue to live in a neighborhood that feels like a neighborhood and not a commercial corridor, while allowing for investment to continue to happen in the commercial corridors. I think that this is a really good step towards a solution, and it's a message that I think the community has been asking for a while.
Thank you, Vice Mayor St. Clair. So before we go to roll call, I just want to say thank you again to staff for their work on this and to our manager for crafting this temporary pause, moratorium, whatever you wish to call it. I think that it is a sensible approach and the contours of which are well balanced and fair. And so thank you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Keener,
Yes.
Commissioner German,
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman,
No.
Commissioner Koshin,
I had my hand up. I wanted to say one more thing before I got to that. Can I add a caveat to it?
A very brief caveat.
Yes, okay. I'm going to say yes, with the understanding that this is a pause and that the commission can undo it early, and that we are going to work very hard to undo it early.
Vice Mayor St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kilgo.
No.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right. That concludes our new business. We do not have commissioners. Do you have any other business that you wish us to bring to the commission's attention at this time? Vice Mayor St. Clair.
I'm so sorry. I do, and I will keep super brief. So we have a good amount of vacancies on our community boards and commissions, and there are not a lot of applications in our pool. So I would like to remind the community that we have opportunities, and I'm going to run through just a couple of them. We have opportunities on the Board of Review, Citizens Police Review Board, the Citizens District Council, Construction Board of Appeals, the Election Commission, the Farmers Market Advisory Board for a seasonal farmer, housing. I can go on. There's a lot. If you are interested in serving the city in some way, this is a really great opportunity. You can search on the city website. I just did it. If you put in keyword, what did I search? Boards, committees, you will find the page with the link. Otherwise, I imagine if you contacted the clerk's office, they would probably be happy to point you in the right direction. So, sorry, Ian. That's it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor St. Clair. Any other items to bring up under any other business, commissioners? No? All right, we are going to public comment on any items. I've got a few different forms. I got a new one, and then where'd my old forms go? And for those that have been waiting so patiently over this lengthy meeting, thank you. We appreciate you joining us this evening. First up, and I tried calling you up earlier, but thank you for your patience as well. Cheryl Winberg joining us from the NIMS neighborhood. Welcome, and you have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you, and that's right, NIMS. This is in regard to last night, and also in regard to the fact that we still have a master plan that's sitting out there waiting to explode. I was witness last night to the greatest example of overcoming objections by Progressive AE in reporting shoreline diet results. The representative was positively ecstatic to report that there was the same minimal outcome as the first study, only seconds of delay due to reduction of roads, and the road was much safer because of the decrease in speed. Duh. And if there was less delay, it was because people were finding alternative ways to circumvent Shoreline Drive, i.e. Muskegon and Webster. According to those who spoke with PAE, the study was not continuous but intermittent and only on certain stretches of the blocked off road. PAE glossed over the concern of EMS events when asked what would increase safety. He advised design, not speed, was the greatest safety factor. In other words, smaller. PAE grudgingly admitted that there was some increase to traffic on Muskegon and Webster, but not significant. Says who? I think the town people would say that isn't true. He said there was no wrecks during the study. How could there be a wreck at snail's pace? PAE thought that the decreased EMS response would be okay, because wrecks are brief and that the increase in Muskegon and Webster was a balance. PAE said that also had data from the online survey, which I and several had problems with. He said the driving queue doubled, but that was acceptable. By whose standards? The commissioners admitted that the public did not want it. I still have a petition with greater than 3,000 signatures and a lot of online chatter to prove that is so. One commissioner said the city is not willing to wrap their arms around this. MDOT agreed it was feasible but needed community interest. When a commissioner asked about a pedestrian bridge, the only response was, not all are well done and are costly, but did admit they were safe. One panel member wants safety from town to lake. This town has never been connected to the lake, and it is not a lake like Pere Marquette Beach, but more a boat launch lake only recently. A commissioner states community objects to change. I posit that the opposite is true. We see the growth and want to enhance our maintenance of roads, while the city seems to want a quaint, smaller town while still encouraging growth. We can't have both. When a commissioner asked why can't we just decrease speed, PAE responded, decreased speed does not mean speed will decrease. I have one word for that, enforcement. Give our police the manpower, equipment, and authority to enforce. You cannot legislate morality. When asked about events, traffic events, PAE suggested traffic control. Finally, something we agree on, traffic control, but leave the road alone. Moses Jones Parkway is negotiable. Only concern is Vets Parkway, Bypass 31 downtown, and Shoreline all connect with this and must be dealt with safely. But this area has never been an area of development, so to intimate that it is disingenuous. Commission asked lifespan of Shoreline. I assert everything has a lifespan, expiration date, even we do. No reduction of roads, not Shoreline, Apple, Getty, Sherman, or Laketon. We are a growing city. Maintain them.
Thank you, Ms. Whitmer. We appreciate you joining us this evening. Roy Portinga, joining us from the city of North Muskegon. Welcome, sir, and you have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you very much. You may remember the last time that I was here speaking on behalf of Jefferson Towers, I had to beg for an intervention so I could speak first, so I could get to a gig on the Aquastar. Well, we got paybacks tonight.
I remember that now, yes.
I'm here as president of the board at Jefferson Towers. All of you voted to approve $65,000 towards our window project. I'm here to say thank you. Just fantastic. We were talking again about affordable housing in the city of Muskegon. We are an affordable housing complex for 149 units, and this will continue to contribute to our ability to keep that. Since I was here this long, and I'm a lawyer, I can't help but start thinking about things. I'm just going to say two things. First, I've been on the college board for over 20 years. What you guys had to grapple with tonight, wow. And you did it so well, you did it so orderly. My hat's off to you, I just want to say, very, very nice. That county to the south of us could take a few lessons, just saying. Second thing, I don't want to say anything on the merits of what you guys did tonight with Adelaide Point and Hartshorn Marina. People have done such research. I haven't done any. I didn't know any of these issues were going on. I just want to say I grew up in the Steel neighborhood. My father had a 10th grade education. Our boat was a 14-footer with an 18-horse Evinrude. And where we had access to the lake was Hartshorn Marina and Hartshorn Boat Ramp and places like that. And I'm sure there are many people like that. So you guys were all fighting for the public tonight, and I know you're negotiating that with Ryan. I'm not putting Ryan's thing down at all. My goodness, what they're doing over there is something. But that you're looking out for the public. That's your job, but you're doing it, and I thank you for that.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your patience and staying and sharing your perspective with us.
My wife wonders where I am right now. Thank you very much.
Fortunately, there's video documentation you can share with her. Take care and be well. All right, next up, we have Oliver Champagne joining us from Grand Haven. Welcome. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you. My name's Oliver Champagne from Grand Haven City. Graduated from Grand Haven High School, stayed there most of my time. I'm currently a Grand Valley student studying public administration with a minor in natural resource management. And I am exploring running for city council in Grand Haven, which is kind of why I'm here. I also am a St. John's Episcopal member. I am their new children's ministry coordinator, and I'm also a STEM coordinator for the Tri-Cities YMCA Day Camp. Before I get into what I'm here for, I wanted to first applaud Commissioner German and Commissioner Koshin. I think you guys ask wonderful questions, and same with you, Commissioner Kilgo. I appreciate you guys, even though it extends this meeting longer and longer, the questions you guys ask, especially in the interest of the people here. So I'm not here asking for support. I'm here to express interest as a resident of Grand Haven and maybe potential city council member in working with Muskegon. I think Grand Haven has done a disservice to Muskegon and a disservice to Greater Michigan by keeping our resources and our opportunities closed. I don't know exactly what that would look like. I would like to work between cities like this and nonprofits so we can still work on public-private partnerships. I think one of the big things that our cities need to handle is, and I'm so happy that some of you are hitting on this point every time you can, housing and food insecurities, because it's insecurity is how I want it to be painted as. We have too much of that, and so with the issue of short-term rentals and all that, there's not enough opportunity for people to move to Grand Haven. There's not enough opportunity of housing in many locations. I think also a lot of our communities are losing third places, meaning you have your home, you have your work or your school, but where else do you have? There's a lot of bars, but that's not great for a lot of people. And I want to just hope that you guys continue to try and make these third places. I think you'd be surprised how many people love parks, and the reason Ottawa County is the fastest growing county in the state is because they continue to invest in a wonderful park system, and I hope that you guys continue to do that here today as well. And I just think we have a duty to come together and solve societal issues, whether it's in Grand Haven or Muskegon. We may have different backgrounds and all that, but we have similar issues. And so if we were truly wanting to make West Michigan, Michigan, and the United States a place of true opportunity, I think we need to combine our efforts, stay steadfast in the truth, and demand justice. And I think that is even exploring some of the ways we use zoning and working towards community land trusts and other transit connections and all that. So I thank you. I hope looking forward with you guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Champagne. Appreciate you joining us this evening. Thank you. And best of luck. Thanks. All right, anyone else in the audience wish to give public comment at this time? Yes, Mr. Oh, I do have one more form. I'm sorry. That I forgot about. I'll call on you in just one moment, Mr. Pena. John R. Allen, I believe, yes, response to the result. Yes, returning. Welcome back, sir. Joining us from the Nelson neighborhood. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you. I'd like to echo the sentiment that was said that it's amazing that the item P and the issue at Adelaide Point was not a part of the work session. I mean, obviously this meeting has gone that long and the majority of it was spent discussing that issue, and I find it strange that it didn't make it to the work session given the public input and the amount of time invested into it just right here. So maybe going forward, as we know now that there will probably be more of these planned unit development amendments, maybe we could hear out the public a little bit more. And thank you to those of you that did try and give us a little bit more of an opportunity to see this through. I just have to say the investment into Hartshorn, I've been a member there for 10 years. I would like any proof of where that investment has gone. I don't see it anywhere. The cleaned up landscaping, again, go down there and look for yourself. And then I would implore you to look at the city financials of what we've spent on landscaping costs reimbursed through Adelaide Point and tell me if we're actually getting any value for money. Strangely enough, the developer did admit there is duct tape that I've seen on our seawall that's failing at Hartshorn. Whether it's put there for cement or not, the seawall is failing, and putting duct tape on it is just an affront to our parks and our landscape there. He also said, I corrected everything. I would ask for proof of what everything is and what's been corrected. Yesterday, the Department of the Army, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, sent to Adelaide Point QOZB a letter that they had received photographs in relation to the unpermitted dredging. They say in the letter that the work occurred well outside of the 2 areas at Adelaide Point where dredging in Muskegon Lake is authorized. This matter, I'm skipping and paraphrasing, and if my printer was working, you would have a copy of this letter in front of you, as well as pictures to verify everything that I was trying to say earlier. But in this letter, it says, this matter has interrupted our permit review of Adelaide Point's other projects on Muskegon Lake, meaning the one that you all some of you approved. We will resume our review of those projects after we have resolved this matter. We are evaluating the pertinent facts surrounding this matter and welcome any information you can provide. I hope the public will reach out. On the second page of the letter, it states, we are coordinating the resolution of this matter with the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy. The area where the unauthorized dredging occurred is depicted in the permit as a narrow strip of wetlands. The unauthorized dredging has precluded restoration of that area. Adelaide Point should not begin restoration work or efforts until after the Corps and Eagle provide written authorization for the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. All right, Mr. Pena. Welcome back, joining us from the Beechwood Bluff neighborhood. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
All right, thank you very much. And I'm going to echo again what they mentioned about the group here amongst yourselves. Really appreciate all the cooperation that you guys give each other. And you're surrounded yourself with a lot of smart people. And I've met Mike here behind me planning, and I met Kyle from Parks, and I talked with Wyatt the other day about the construction going on in our neighborhood, and I couldn't get him off the phone. But anyways, and we do, for me as a resident there in Bluffton, I do need your help, and I think all the residents in Muskegon need your help. One of the little issues is sidewalk clearing from the snow. We had a very mild snow this year, but it's still, it shouldn't have to come from me to make a phone call to City Hall, which I haven't, and to get someone to come out and check out, Beach Street, because there's sand on there on the streets, and I'm from a family of runners, and I see a lot of people running on the streets, and joggers, and I think the city of Muskegon mentioned back in the day that we want to be a smart city, and part of that is following ordinances and things like that, and so with the short rentals, all the, I was hoping to make a little comment on the new business, but I'm learning the new format here. So it's been a while since I've been to one of your meetings here. But, hopefully you had, throw on there the, your sidewalk clearing for them, and also, the sand coverage on the sidewalks along Beach Street. And that needs to be done, throughout the year. I'm sure there's an ordinance for it. And let's see, and there was just the opportunity for people, for the VRBOs and the people to try to buy houses in different neighborhoods throughout where this is happening. We really want, people, we got Muskegon Public Schools, and, when they buy a home, you want to, be in the city of Muskegon and go to Muskegon High School, and, and they just can't find the homes, because they're, eaten up by short rentals. And, so that's, something for thought for in your pause to think about. That's, we can have both, I think. So just keep that in mind. And then my little street of Walnut, just keep in mind there's only like 12 houses on there, and right now we have we used to have 3 VRBOs, and then there was another, maybe a potential coming up. I don't know. You mentioned a home on the address there, and I don't know what the situation with that one is, but we keep our eyes open. So I appreciate you're going to help, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Mr. Pena. Anyone else in the audience wish to give public comment at this time? That did not get handed down to me. But you're welcome to come to the podium, Mr. John C. Allen.
Again, I just want to kind of reiterate a few things about, about the PUD changes, relative to the launch ramp. I know I brought up the issue of parking, and I think, it never really, I think, got addressed at that particular point. But, is there going to be a restriction for Adelaide Point customers to use our public parking, instead of Adelaide Point? I mean, is there going to be signage? Is there going to be enforcement? I mean, that is going to become, in effect, Adelaide Point property, as far as his business is concerned. And I think that should be addressed relative to any changes. I don't know if anything can be done at that particular point. So that's one of my, as far as our public access, that's a major point there. But again, relative to this dredging issue, Mr. Liesema is trying to be, very, cooperative and everything else, but he did fail to talk about his shutdown from the Corps of Engineers. I don't consider that exactly transparent. He's obviously aware of it. But again, the issue itself, how many I'm sorries should Muskegon Lake have to suffer? I mean, it's and he also referred to 3 violations. I believe it's 5. So there's a lot of information that I don't think is coming forward, and I think we need to dig a little deeper. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Anyone else in the audience wish to give public comment at this time before we go to the phones? All right, we are opening the phones right now, 231-724-6721. If anyone wishes to phone in their comment. If you're calling in, we ask that you turn off your video or audio in the background, and then when we answer the phone, please introduce yourself by name, and then if you are a city resident, which neighborhood from which you are calling. Again, that phone number is 231-724-6721. All right, no phone calls. Who's got the motion?
Rebecca does.
All right, so this wraps up the business of our meeting. We do have a privileged session that we need to go into, so we're not officially closing this meeting yet. We're going into privilege session, coming back out, then closing the meeting. The privilege session is not televised nor publicly accessible, but any outcomes of that privilege session will be done in public. Vice Mayor St. Clair.
I move to go into closed session to consider material exempt from discussion and disclosure by state or federal statute, being an attorney-client communication.
Support. We have a motion by Vice Mayor St. Clair, supported by Commissioner German. Roll call, please.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kilgo,
Yes.
Commissioner Keener,
Yes.
Commissioner German,
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman,
Yes.
Commissioner Cochin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor St. Clair.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.